Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go to my main camera. Alright, we're live, and as you guys can tell by title and thumbnail, I'm gonna be working on more game logic in the stream, and I did work a little off stream because I had some time. That aside, let me go to my gameplay screen. And guys, last stream I know that you guys couldn't actually listen to my sound effects and everything. But I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to listen to my sound effects this week. I mean, this stream. So let me actually check if that works. Give me a check, guys. Because I checked it in like random recording of my videos. It does work there. That aside, let me go here. Videos, it does work there. That aside, let me go here.
Mission: collect 10 gold coins.
Oh, good, perfect, it works. Okay. Now with that out of the way, I did work on some things offline. For example, if I like run the command, it says this.
Mission: collect 10 gold coins.
Okay, and then the game starts.
Ching.
And guys, by the way, I am the voice actor. That aside, the game starts here. And like, for example, if I win the game, let's try winning it real quick. Okay, need 3 more coins. Okay, 1 more. Okay, all these sounds.
Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Okay, so guys, you guys get the gist of it. Once the game ends, the entire game gets frozen. I did add a mission active boolean variable as well after my game loop. I don't know how this works properly at the moment, but I'll definitely like figure that out while I'm writing the code. So let me actually get Sensei here first. Okay, it says Sensei, I'm live! Exclamation! I'm live. Oh yeah, Vivek, listen up everyone. They've got a champ live right now. This is it. Strap in, grab the keyboard, and let's rebuild this game from scratch. I want every line of code perfect. No shortcuts of laziness. Every sprite, every sound, every drop, you will master it. Now, start writing the code of this game again. Show me that focus. I'm watching and I will yell if you slack. Let's go, hero of Python. What's the first step? You're typing. Okay, so let me actually start writing this code from scratch. So I guess I can go with my gameplay 1. I'll go with Control A, delete this whole thing. Okay, so I'll start off by let me start off by importing a few things. I'll import PyGames. Then I would need to import the random module. This is going to be PyGames random module. I would need to import sys as well to like exit Python, and lastly I would need to import time because I am going to be working with like time and everything. Alright, so let me go ahead and initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. This initializes Pygame, and then let me initialize the mixer of Pygame since I am going to be using sound effects as well. So let me go with pygame.mixer.init. This initializes Pygame's mixer. And then let me go ahead and create my display. Display is basically going to be my window and everything. So for display, let's see. I'll create a width comma height variable. Width comma height. My width is going to be 800. Actually, my width could be like 1000 and height could be, let's see, 650. Okay, and then I'll create a screen variable. My screen variable will be equal to pygame.display. There we go, pygame.display.set_mode. My mode is going to be in a tuple. The size of my mode is going to be my width variable, which is set to 1000, and height variable, which is set to 650. Okay, now with that out of the way, let me add a caption. So for adding a caption, I'll go with pygame.display.set_caption. My caption will be let's see, Calamity 1.1. Guys, this is going to be my game's name. I like the name for some reason. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a few game variables. So I'll write a comment. I'll create a comment and type game variables. Okay, so let's give a few variables. I would need a gravity variable for like adding gravity to my game. Also that equal to 0.5. Okay, what else would I need? I'll need a FPS variable, also that equal to 60. I'll need a clock variable for my FPS controller, so I'll create a clock variable, so that equal to pygame.time dot capitalize clock. Okay, maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, honestly, these are the only variables that you can think of right now, so let me go ahead and load my images now. Let me load images. So what other images would I need? I would need a hero image for my player, so I'll go with hero underscore image, also that equal to pygame.image.load, and then I'll give my file path. My file path is going to be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by players. Okay, 2 more forward slashes, my hero PNG. And since this is a PNG, I will convert this to alpha. Okay, perfect. Alright, and then what all would I need? I'll load my NPCs as well. So, one of my NPCs is going to be a skeleton underscore image. So, a skeleton, also that equal to pygame.image.load. Then I'll give the file path for my skeleton image. So, game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by NPCs, 2 more forward slashes, my skeleton PNG. And since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Okay, and then I would need, let's add another NPC. I'll keep it something like dragon underscore image. Also that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give my file path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by NPCs, 2 more forward slashes, my dragon PNG. And since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Convert underscore alpha. Okay, perfect. Honestly, I can just think of these for now. I wouldn't need to add potions, health bar, everything. I'll do that later. That aside, let me go ahead and transform and scale my images. So I'll add a comment that says transform and scale. Okay, for transforming and scaling, I wouldn't prefer scaling everything individually, so I will define a function. I'll define a scale function that's going to have 2 parameters, image and let's see, factor. Factor is going to be 0.1 by default, and then I will return something. Okay, what will I return? I'll return pygame.transform.scale. Okay, and now what do I want to scale? I want to scale my image. What do I want to scale it with? I'll add a tuple, go with integer. I'll get the width of my image and multiply it by the factor, and then I'll give the height of my image and then I'll multiply it by the factor. So I'll go with my image dot get underscore width and I'll multiply that by my factor. Okay, I'll add a comma here and do the same thing for my height. I'll go with image dot get underscore height and I'll multiply my height by my factor as well, which is set to 0.1 by default. Okay, that's pretty much it for this. Now let me go ahead and scale my images. So I want to scale my hero underscore image, also that equal to invoke my scale function. I want to scale my hero underscore image, and then I'll do the same thing for my skeleton image. The skeleton image is going to be equal to, I'll invoke my scale function. I want to scale my skeleton image, and then I'll go with my dragon image. So dragon underscore image is going to be equal to invoke my scale function, my dragon underscore image. This basically scales them. Okay, what would I need next? Let's see. I would need to load my sound effects as well, so let me do that. I'll go with load SFX. Okay, to load my sound effects, I'll go with, let's see, what else sound effects do I have? So I have a colliding coin sound effect, colliding sound effect, a drinking potion sound effect, eating meat sound effect. I'll load those later, but for now, what else do I need? For now, I honestly don't need any sound effects, so I'll just go down and add another comment for sound effects volumes. Set volume for SFX. I'm just creating these comments right now. I'll fill in the stuff later inside. That aside, this is honestly pretty much it. I think I gotta go with channels as well. Set SFX channel. And guys, honestly, I didn't learn much about channels. I just reviewed a little when I was like making this game, so. Okay, that aside. Okay, what else do I need? This is going to be my sound effects category. After that, let's see. I would need a floor where my player is going to stand, so let's create floor. For floor, I'll create a floor variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.capitalize rect. Okay, now I'll give the x-axis, y-axis, width and height of my floor. My x-axis is going to be 0, y-axis is going to be something like 500. Width is going to be my displays with my width variable, which is set to 1000. Lastly, height is going to be something like 300. Okay, perfect. What else do I need? I will need a windscreen, so I'll go with a windscreen. This is going to be my windscreen. For my windscreen, let me load my windscreen UI. So I'll create a variable called win underscore screen underscore UI. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. So it's going to be game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by screens, 2 more forward slashes, my windscreen PNG. And since I won't be using this as a PNG, this is going to be covering my entire Windows. So I will just convert it. Okay, and then let's see, what else would I need? I'll need a win text font. So like I would want to add a font that says press R to reset if I win, or like press R to play again. So let's go with win underscore text underscore font. I'll set that equal to pygame. Actually, I'll set that equal to pygame.font dot capitalized font. My font is going to be none. That's basically Pygame's default font, and the size is going to be something like I don't know, 50. What laptop are you using? Honestly, I'm using a mini PC. It's like Gemtech. I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. Although I am using like a mini PC. That aside, I would need to transform my windscreen UI as well. So I'll go with windscreen UI. I'll set that equal to pygame.transform.scale. Okay, okay, so what do I want to scale? I want to scale my windscreen UI. The size is going to be in a tuple, and the size will be my width, comma, height variable. Okay, that's basically my displays width and height. So when I lose, my entire window is going to say you lost, or it's going to display my windscreen. Okay, now let me go with a loose screen. For my loose screen, let's see. I'll go with a lose underscore screen underscore UI. Also, that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. So it's going to be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by screens, 2 more forward slashes, my loose screen PNG. And I won't be using this as a PNG, so I'll just convert it. And then I'll transform it. I'll reassign my loose screen UI to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. What do I want to scale? I want to scale my loose screen UI. Excuse me, guys. And the size is going to be in a tuple. The size will be a width, comma, height variable, which is set to 1000 by 650. Okay, and then I'll need a loose screen text as well. So loose screen or loose text font. Loose text font. I'll set that equal to pygame.lowercase font.capitalized font. My font type will be none. That's Pygame's default font, and the size is going to be 50. Alright, perfect. Now with that out of the way, let me go ahead and create my classes. So the first class that I'm going to be creating is going to be my game class. The reason I have a game class is because I would eventually want to reset my entire game. So my game class would be useful when I do that. Instead of like manually resetting my players' positions, my game state, my collision flag, I could add everything inside of my game class. What will you do after the 100-day series? Honestly, I was planning to like learn data science and like stuff like that and go for another 150-day series. Spoiler alert! But I will see what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be doing some more research after I'm done with my 100-day series. But as soon as I'm done with my 100-day series on my day 100, I will be telling what I'm going to be doing. That aside, let me go ahead and define a dunder constructor. Okay, it won't have any parameters. I will go with a bunch of instance variables. The first instance variable could be like game states 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, for my game states, let's see. I'll go with game self.game underscore 1. I'll set that equal to true because I haven't won yet. I'll set that equal to false because I haven't won yet. Okay, and then I'll go with a self.game underscore loss. I'll set that equal to false as well because I haven't lost yet. What else do I need? That's basically it for my game state. I would need score as well, so I'll go with score 1 2 3 4 5 6. For my score, let's see. I'll create a score variable, set that equal to 0 because my score is going to start at 0. Honestly, this should be self.score. I'm going to prefix everything with self because these are instance variables. Then I'll go with self.scored boolean instance variable. I'll set that equal to false because I haven't scored yet. And then I would need collision flag. So basically, what is collision flag? Collision flag is like if my player has collided with somebody, my collision flag is going to be set to true. For example, I could go with my skeleton underscore collision boolean variable, also that equal to false, because my skeleton hasn't collided with anyone yet. Let me go with self dot skeleton collision. Okay, and then I can go with a self dot dragon underscore collision. I'll set that equal to false as well because my dragon hasn't collided with anyone. Okay, honestly, this is all that I can think of right now. So let me go ahead and define a reset method as well. Basically, what the reset method means is like once I want to reset the game, when the player hits R, like to reset, it's gonna like set these states back to their default states, which is set to game 1 false, game lost false. Okay, I will go with self dot dunder init. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have to go with like self dot dunder init to like reset. Find reset, I'll go with dunder init. Self dot. Okay. Alright, and then let me go ahead and create a few more classes. I'll be creating a few parent classes like a class for move, because all my objects are going to be having a move method or a automate method. So let me create a move class. Before that, let me check if I'm audible. Okay, so let me drink some water, guys. A little exhausted. Okay, so for my move method, I will define a dunder init constructor as well, and I will have a bunch of parameters like x-axis underscore velocity and y-axis underscore velocity. Honestly, it's not bunch, I'll just need 2 parameters. I'll actually keep them as quarks, so their default, value is set to 0. Okay, and then I'll create a few instance variables, so self.x-axis underscore velocity equals to x-axis underscore velocity, self.y-axis underscore velocity equals to y-axis underscore velocity. Honestly, this is pretty much it for my move class. Let me create another class for my game object. So I'll create a class for game underscore object, or just game object. Okay, my game object will inherit from my move class. Okay, and then I'm going to be defining a dunder init constructor. Okay, what other parameters would it have? It's going to be having my move classes parameters, including its own parameters. Okay, if that made any sense. So I'll go with x-axis underscore velocity, y-axis underscore velocity. Then let's see, what else would I need? I'll need an image, and then position. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Alright, so I'll have to add a super dot pair of parentheses, or actually super pair of parentheses dot dunder init. Okay, so I need to add a super dunder init. My super dunder init will have these parameters in it as well. So I'll go with x-axis underscore velocity equals to x-axis underscore velocity, y-axis underscore velocity equals to y-axis underscore velocity, image equals to image, position equals to position. Okay. Okay, the reason I can't use equals here is because, let's see, they don't have a... Okay, honestly, I wouldn't need them because in the super dunder init, I just had the parameters of my move class. Okay, I see. Now let me create a few instance variables. So self.image equals to image. Okay, and self.position equals to position. Okay, my game object class, let's see. I'm pretty sure my move class is going to be having a, let's see, a automate method. Okay. I would need to create a few more instance variables like self.image. Images, recs, and masks. Remember, guys. So self.image, I did add that to be my image. So I wouldn't need position. Should I like keep the default position to be equal to a tuple of 0, 0? Okay, does that make sense? I'm pretty sure they do. Let me go with a self.rect. That is going to be equal to my self.image.get underscore rect. Okay, and then I'll go with top left, and the my position of my rect is going to be top left, which is going to be equal to my position argument here, or parameter here, if that makes any sense. Then let me create another one for mask. My mask is going to be equal to self.mask will be equal to pygame.mask.from underscore surface. My surface will be my self.image. Okay, perfect. Okay, honestly, this is pretty much all that I like need for instance variables. Let me go ahead and define a automate method now. So let me define automate. My automate method, for my automate method, let's see, I'll go with my self.rect.x-axis. My object's x-axis, I'll increase that by my self.x-axis underscore velocity, which is currently set to 0. Okay, and since I'm going to be automating them, they are going to be, actually let me add this to minus because my NPC will be at the right side. They're going to be going to the, they'll be at the left, actually right side. They're going to be running towards the left, if that made any sense, or moving towards the left, but they will exit the window. So I need to add a loop as well. So let me create a loop. So if my self.rect.x-axis, okay, is greater than 0, okay, self.rect.x-axis is going to be equal to something around 850. So what this basically means is if my player exits the window, he's going to spawn on the window. Okay, I wonder, do I need like a move method here? I don't think so. I need a move. So let me go ahead and define a draw method. My draw method is going to be having a parameter of surface. Okay, I'll set that equal to screen by default. Then I'll go with surface.blit. I want to blit my self.image and self.rect. Okay, that's basically it for my game object class. Now let me go ahead and create a class for my hero object. My hero object will inherit from my game objects class. So let me go here to the game object. Okay, now let me go ahead and define a dunder init constructor method. My dunder init will be having the parameters of my game object class. So let's see. I need a x-axis underscore velocity. My hero's x-axis velocity is going to be 5 pixels per frame. Y-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Image is going to be my hero image. Okay. And then position is going to be equal to a tuple of 100 by 300. Okay. Then let me go ahead and add a super parentheses dot dunder init, or a super dunder init. Let me go with x-axis underscore velocity equals to x-axis underscore velocity, y-axis underscore velocity equals to y-axis underscore velocity. Okay, image equals to image, position equals to position. Excuse me, guys. Okay, this honestly looks pretty perfect. Now, what else would my hero need? My hero would need another parameter of jump strength. So let me create that. Basically, because my player is going to jump when he hits space, I'll set the jump strength to be, I don't know, like -5 for now. Okay, now let me go ahead and create an instance variable for my jump strength. So self.jump strength. Let me copy this to avoid typos. Paste it here. Self.jump strength equals to jump strength. Okay, my hero would need a move method as well, so I'll go ahead and define a move method which is going to be having a parameter of key. Honestly, I feel like I could have added my move method on in my game objects. Let me actually try that. Okay, that would decrease the typing for my hero class. So before my draw method, I will define a move method. My move method will have a parameters of keys to it. Now let's add a bunch of if statements. If my keys at index of pygame dot k is right, if my right key is pressed, keys, there we go. Okay, if my keys. Okay, if my right key is pressed, I'll increase my self.rect.x-axis, my player's x-axis by my self.x-axis underscore velocity. My player's x-axis velocity. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my self.rect.x-axis, my player's x-axis by my self.x-axis underscore velocity. Okay, and lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.k is space, if my spacebar is pressed, I will, let's see, reset my let's see, my self.y-axis underscore velocity to be equal to my self.jump strength. Okay, honestly, yeah, this should go down here inside my player class because my jump strength variable, like I have my jump strength parameter here. Unless I created a hero class, like I could create game objects class here. Let me actually try that. So I'll go with game object. So I need a hero object. I'll set that equal to my hero class. Okay. And this is going to be like a instance variable. All right, let me actually paste that here again. There. Now, what if instead of going with self dot, I go with game dot hero dot jump strength? Okay, I think that is going to work. Let me go ahead and create a game object. I'll set that equal to my game class. Okay, now does it work in my move method? It does work. Okay, I guess we keep our move method inside of our game objects class. Next up, let me go ahead and create a class for my skeleton. So this is going to be my skeleton class. Okay, my skeleton class is going to inherit from my game objects class. There we go. Honestly, let me like open my stream on my tablet so I can actually see the comments, even like from other, what you would call it, from the other platforms. And I just realized my tablet doesn't have enough charge. I should have charged it before I started streaming, but I guess I can charge it right now. Like, let me open YouTube real quick. Let me go there. Maybe get my charger here. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, let's go with no thanks. Okay, perfect. And decrease the volume from here. Alright, perfect. Okay, for my skeleton class now, let me go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor, which is going to be having these a few parameters like x-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to 5 pixels per frame, y-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to 5 frames per second. Is that how we say it? And a image parameter, which is going to be equal to my skeleton image. And then lastly, a position parameter, which is going to be equal to a tuple of, let's see, 500 by 300. Actually, let's go with 350. Okay. That's honestly basically it for my skeleton class. Let me just add a super... Okay, let me go super hyper, parentheses, dot dungeon init, okay? A super dungeon init. My super dungeon init are going to be having the parameters from my game objects parent class. So I'll need a x-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to x-axis underscore velocity. Y-axis underscore velocity is going to be equal to y-axis underscore velocity. Image is going to be equal to image, and position is going to be equal to position. Okay, that's basically it for my skeleton class. My skeleton class will need the automate method that is already inside of my game object, so I wouldn't have to like write that again. That aside, let me go ahead and create a class for my dragon. This is going to be my dragon class. Class dragon. Okay, my dragon class will inherit from my game object class as well. Let me go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor. My dungeon init constructor is going to be having the same exact parameters as my skeleton class, because for now I don't want to add special traits to my dragon. I don't want to give my dragon special traits, although I could do that like later on, like later. For now, I'm getting used to this, guys. Okay, my image is going to be equal to my dragon image. Lastly, my position is going to be equal to a tuple. Let's think of what position. I want my dragon to be up, so the y-axis is going to be around 100. So actually, I think 500, so 100 by 500. Okay, and then let me go ahead and define a... Actually, not define. Let me go ahead and add a super, add a pair of parentheses, dot dunder in it, a super dunder in it. Then fill in my parameters from my game object class. X-axis velocity equals to my x-axis underscore velocity. Okay, and then y-axis underscore velocity is going to be equal to my y-axis underscore velocity. Image is going to be equal to image. Lastly, position is going to be equal to position. Okay, that's honestly basically it for my dragon class as well. These are the three object classes that I need. Now let me go ahead and create a class for my drops, because I do want random coins spawning in my screen or my window that my player can collect. So let me create a class for drops. Okay, my drops class is going to inherit from my game objects class, since I do need images, recs, and masks. Okay, let me go ahead and define a dunder init constructor as well. Add a few parameters. I wouldn't need an x-axis velocity parameter or a y-axis velocity parameter for my object classes dunder init. I would need a image parameter, which is going to be equal to... I'll let pass for now because I didn't have my image. Like, I don't have my image yet. And then I would need a position. Position is going to be equal to none. Actually, let me keep the image to be none as well for now. Okay, and then I go all the way up here and load my coin image. So I'll go with coin underscore image equals to, let me give the file path, I'll go with pygame.image.load. The image for my gold coin is game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by drops, 2 more forward slashes, my gold coin.png. Since it is a png, I will convert it to alpha. And now let me transform it. I'll go with my coin underscore image. I'll reassign that, so that equal to invoke my scale function. I want to scale my coin image. The factor, I am going to be using a different factor because I don't want my coins to be the same size as my skeleton and dragon, so I'll go with something smaller, like 0.05. Okay, now let me go under my drops class. After my image, let me replace the none with my coin image. Okay, and now let me add a if statement. If my position is none, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to have randomized position for my coins. I don't want my coins to spawn in one location. So if my position is none, which is none right now, I will go ahead and reassign my position to be equal to a tuple. And now I'll go with random.randint. I want a random integer position for my coins to spawn. Okay, my position is going to be 50, comma, I'll go with my displays width, minus 50. Okay, so this is going to, my coin will randomly spawn anywhere on my x-axis. I do want it to spawn anywhere on my y-axis as well, like vertical. So I'll go with random.randint. Okay, random.randint. This is going to be 50, comma. This time I won't be going with height. Instead, I'll go with my floor variables y-axis, because if I went with height, my coin would spawn under my floor as well, where my player can't reach. I just wanted to spawn where my player can reach, which is above the floor. So I'll go with my floor variable dot y-axis minus 50. Okay, and then outside my if statement, I'll add a super parentheses dot dunder in it. I'll add a super dunder in it, and then I'll give the parameters. So I'll need the parameters from my game object class. The parameters are x-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to 0 because I don't want my coins to move. Y-axis underscore excuse me, guys. I went in my other display. My bad, guys. Y-axis underscore velocity is going to be equal to 0 as well because I don't want my coin to move in the y-axis as well. Let's go with image. Image equals to image and position equals to position. Okay, perfect. Honestly, that's pretty much it for my drops class as well. Let me go ahead and create another class for my meals, because I do want meals to randomly spawn in my screen so my player can eat them and recover his health. So let me create a meals class. My meals class will inherit from the game objects class as well, since I would need images, Rex, and masks. Okay, now let me go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor. Okay, and what all parameters would my meal class be? It's gonna need a image parameter, also that equal to none for now because I didn't load my meat image on my Python if that made any sense. Then I'll go with a position variable which is going to be set to none as well. Position parameter, and guys, ignore me if I can't talk, a little exhausted. That is shy. Let me go ahead and import my meet underscore image, also that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path of my meet image. The file path is going to be game items followed by two forward slashes followed by, let's see, meals, two more forward slashes, my meet png. Since it is a png, I will convert it to alpha. Okay, and then let me go ahead and transform it. To transform it, I'll go with meet underscore image, also that equal to invoke my scale function. What do I want to scale? I want to scale my meet underscore image. The position is going to be the same as my coin's position, 0.05, which is relatively smaller than my hero, skeleton, and dragon objects. Okay, now that I added that, let me replace this none with my meet image. Okay, and I'll do the same exact thing what I did with my drops class. I'll add a if statement. So if my position is none, if my position is set to none, which it is set to none, I'll randomize my meet spawns location. So I'll go with position. I'll reassign my position parameter to be equal to random.randint, something like width, actually 50, comma width minus 50. This basically takes care of my x-axis of my screen, the horizontal. I do want to go with the vertical as well because I want my meat to spawn on the vertical axis as well, if that made any sense. I'll go with random.randint 50, comma, and this time I won't go with height. Instead, I'll go with my floor. Why not height? Because if I went with height minus 50, my meat would spawn somewhere under my floor as well. I don't want my meat to spawn under my floor. I just want it to spawn everywhere above my floor. So I'll go with my floor variable dot y-axis minus 50. Okay, now time to add the super dunder init outside of my if statement. I'll add a super parentheses dot dunder init. Okay, and the parameters of my game object. The parameters of my game object is going to be x-axis underscore velocity, which is going to be equal to 0. Since I don't want my meat to move in the x-axis, y-axis underscore velocity, also that equal to 0 as well. Since I don't want my meat to move on the y-axis as well, I want my meat to stay still in a place. Image equals to image, and lastly, position equals to position. Okay, honestly, that's pretty much it for my meat class as well. My player would need a health bar that would take damage, so let me go ahead and create a class for my health bar. There we go, health bar. And let's see, my health bar actually won't inherit from my game objects class. Why? Because I don't want my health bar to, like, my health bar is basically like a UI. I don't even know the full form of UI. I should check that out. That aside, I want my health bar to be stuck above my players. So I would need to change the position of it and have a separate draw method to it. Because the draw method that my game objects class have, that is like a pretty basic draw method. I think I could still use my game object class for the image position and the mask, but I would just need a separate draw method. Honestly, I feel that would be kind of complicating. So that aside, let me go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor. What all parameters would my health bar have? My health bar would have a max underscore HP parameter, which is going to be set to 100 by default because my health bar starts at 100 HP. And then I'll create a bunch of instance variables. Self.max underscore HP equals to max underscore HP, which is set to 100 by default. I would need a current HP, how much HP the player currently have. So I'll go with self.current HP. Self dot current underscore HP is going to be equal to my max HP because I want my player to start at 100 HP. Then let's see what else would my player need. My player would need the image path, so I could go with let's see, self.hp underscore path. This is going to be the file path for my players HP bars. So I'll set that I'll set that to be equal to a dictionary, and then I'll go with 0 HP. So the image for my 0 HP is going to be pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. The file path is going to be my game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, my 0 HP health bar PNG. Since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Okay. And then I'll do the same thing for my 20 HP. 20 HP is going to be equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, my 20 health PNG. So this is going to be the 20 HP PNG. Since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Okay, and then let me go ahead and load my 40 HP PNG. So I'll go with pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. The file path is going to be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, 40 HP PNG. And again, since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. And then let me do the same thing for my 60 HP. 60 HP is going to be equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, 60 HP PNG. I will convert this to alpha as well. And why am I typing this out instead of copy pasting? I just realized that, guys. I could have just copy pasted it. It's too late now. I guess I just typed the whole thing out. Okay, so it's going to be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, my 80 HP health bar PNG, and since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Okay, and lastly, I'll go with my 100 HP. So I'll go with pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by health bar, 2 more forward slashes, 100 HP PNG. Again, since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. Okay, perfect. There we go. Now that I've loaded my images, it's time to scale them. So to scale them, I will iterate over my dictionary. So I'll go with for every key in my self.hp path, okay, I'll reassign my keys. I'll scale them. So I'll go with my self.hp path at index of key. At index of key is basically my key variable that gives me access to every single individual key inside of my dictionary. Like 0 HP key is going to be, this is going to be the value for my 0 HP key, if that made any sense. I'll set that equal to invoke my scale function. I want to scale my self.hp path at index of key. Okay, that basically scales my my images. Okay. And then I will need a method, a take damage method. So my health bar takes the damage and not my player. Or like whenever my player takes the damage, that basically it's my health bar taking the damage, guys, if that made any sense. So I'll go with damage take underscore damage parameter. And my take underscore DAMAGE. There we go. And my take underscore damage method is going to be having a parameter of amount to it. Okay. Let's see, so I'll set the I'll go with my self.current HP. I'll set that equal to max. The max is gonna be 0. I can't take damage that's gonna get my HP below 0. I can't have negative HP, so that's the reason I had 0 here. And then let's see, let me go with my self.current HP minus my amount. So basically what this means is I reassign my current HP to be equal to max, so my HP doesn't go below 0, and then my self.current HP minus my amount means how much of a damage I took, if that made any sense. Next up, my health bar class would need a heal method because once my player collides with a meat, he's gonna recover HP. So I'm gonna go ahead and define a heal method. The heal method is gonna be having a parameter of amount as well. Okay. Then let me go ahead and create a self.current HP, also that equal to min. Min this time is going to be 100, which means my HP can go beyond 100, if that made any sense. I can't have more than 100 health. 100 is the max, is the minimum health. You know, guys, sometimes I think that this should have been min because the minimum is 0. My health bar can go below 0, but apparently max is like your number can go below the max number, and min, my number can go above whatever my min number is set, if that made any sense, guys. Okay, I'll go with self.current HP plus my amount this time. Okay, perfect. That's basically it for my heal as well. What else would my health bar need? Just take damage and heal, right? So now let me go ahead and define a draw method for my health bar because I want my health bar to be drawn above my player. Let me add a few parameters. The parameter is going to be something like, let's see, I'll need a surface parameter. I'll set my surface parameter to be screen by default, and then I would need a hero underscore rect parameter. So I'll create hero underscore rect. I'll set that equal to none because I would change my hero's rect later. Okay, now let's see. I would need a HP underscore key. So like HP underscore key variable. I'll set that equal to max and add a conditional expression for every key in my self dot HP path. Okay, I'll go with the if statement. If my k is less than or equal to my self dot current underscore HP, I'll return k. Okay, been trying to figure out what this means, guys. So I'm pretty sure this means is for every key in my self dot HP path, if k is less than or equal to current HP, I return k. Oh, I think I know. So basically, key is like it gives me access to every individual key from here. That gives me the value, which is my file path for my that image. And here the thing that it says is, let's see, max. So whenever I take damage and my health bar, like my health goes below a certain level, it gives me the whatchamacallit, other key. Like if I'm like at 100 HP, I take 20 HP damage. Now my max HP is not 100, it's 80, so I get access to my 80 health bar PNG. I take 20 more damage, that is 60. I get. Okay, I see how it works. And the reason I'm saying max HP is because my current HP is equal to my max HP. So whenever I say self.current HP, that basically means 100. Okay, I see. And then I will need a image variable. My image variable is going to be equal to, let's see, self.HP path at index of HP key. There. Okay, so this is every individual key from my dictionary, like 0 HP, 20 HP, 40 HP, 60 HP, 80 HP, and 100 HP. Now let's add, let me create a x-axis variable also that equal to, let's see, my game.hero, my game object dot my hero object, which is inside of my game class. That's the reason I had to prefix this with my game object. Dot rect dot center x. Okay, this is basically the center of my hero. I am going to be minusing it, subtracting it by my image variable dot let's see, dot get underscore width. I get the width of my image, and then I divided by 2. Okay, the reason I'm using 2 division, that is called floor division. 1 division is going to give me a floating point number. I know I won't be having floating point numbers because I am going to be subtracting it by like a solid integer, but this is just to be safe. This is just its floor division. If like any number is a float, even by chance, it's going to convert it to a decimal or a integer. Okay, next up for y-axis, I'll set that equal to my game.hero.rect. This time, instead of center x, I'll go with top because I want the health bar to be above my player. So center and above my player. Minus my image.get underscore, let's see, get underscore height. I'll subtract it by negative 80. And like negative 80 is just for visuals, like with -80, my health bar is going to be right above my player's head. If you had that to something like 100, my health bar would be like above my player, like way above my player. You guys could like play around with the -80 and everything. That aside, let me go ahead and blitz my player now. Let me actually delete these extra spaces. There. Let me go ahead and blitz my health bar now. So surface.blitz. I want to blitz my image, which is my individual keys from my dictionary. The position is going to be in a tuple, my x and y variables. Okay, honestly, that's basically it for my health bar. Okay. I would need like, I do want to add like a buff bar system as well, where like my, whatchamacallit, let's see, my player collects a buff potion that randomly spawns in the screen, and when my player like collects that potion, he gets like another health bar, like a buff bar above my health bar's HP, which lasts for 5 seconds. Although I will do that later, I won't do that like right now. So I think I can start creating my game loop now. So I'll go with game loop. For my game loop, I'll create a is_running boolean variable, so that equals to true, and then add a while loop. So while is_running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will do something. I'll add keys. I'll create a keys variable, so that equals to pygame.key.get_pressed. Okay. And then I'll fill my screen. I'll go with a screen.fill. Okay. And I did forget the RGB color, so I will like copy the RGB color from here. We'll copy that. And yeah, guys, I do need to add like a mission active and everything. Right now, I'm not worrying much about that because I'm just trying to write the code that I remember. Later, I'm going to be adding all the new stuff to it. Let me go here. Okay, I'll paste my RGB color. Okay, and then let me actually add my event loop. I usually add it at the end, but it's the same thing even if I add it above. So I'll go with a event loop. For my event, excuse me guys, for my event loop, I'll iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this basically gets all my Pygame events. Although I am looking for a specific type of event, so I'll add a if statement. If my event.type equals to pygame.uppercase quit, if my event.type is pygame.quit, I'll set my is_running boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. That's basically it for my event loop. And then outside my for loop, I'll go with a pygame.display.flip. This basically updates my display. Although pygame.display.update would work the same, I just prefer writing flip. Then I'll add FPS. So I'll go with my clock variable dot the tick function, and the parameter is going to be my FPS parameter, which is set to 60. Then I'll go with a pygame.quit, and lastly a sys.exit. Okay, honestly, that was pretty much it for my basic is running. Okay, now with that out of the way, let me go ahead and add my collision detection. So, to add my collision detection, I'll create a comment that says collision detection. Okay, honestly, I could add my, let's see. Let me actually add my win/lose logic first. So if my player wins, the screen blitz. If he loses, something else blitz. I mean, it's the same thing. I can add my collision logic first as well. Let me go ahead and define a collision_detector function. There we go. I'll define a collision detector function, which is going to be having a few parameters. The parameters is honestly pretty easy. Like, I would need a player parameter, which is going to be my hero. I would need a enemy parameter, which is going to be my dragon or my skeleton. I would need a enemy_name parameter, which is going to be a string. Enemy_name parameter is honestly optional because later on when I'm adding like a print statement that you have collided, I could like change that to an F string and say you have collided with enemy name, which is going to be either my skeleton or my dragon. So I'll keep it. And then I would need a collision flag. Collision flag is basically These are collision flags, like skeleton underscore collision. If I collided with a skeleton, this switch, this false, turns into true. If I collided with a dragon, this is going to convert into true as well. If I didn't, that is going to be converting into false. Okay, and since I am going to be using pixel perfect collision, I would have to find offset. So let's do that. Let me go ahead and find my offset underscore x-axis. Also that equal to, let's see, my skeleton.x-axis. So let me create my skeleton object, and I am creating my objects inside of my game class, since it would be really helpful when I'm going to add reset logic, like when you hit R, the entire game resets. I wouldn't have to manually go and type my skeleton object's position, my hero object's position. I can just add them all here while the code is still short. So let me go with a self.skeleton. This is going to be my skeleton object, also that equal to my skeleton class, and fix my typo. Okay, there we go. Then let me create a object for my dragon as well. So my dragon object, also that equal to my dragon class. Okay, perfect. So I'll go with my enemy.rect.x-axis minus my game. Actually, okay, my player.rect.x-axis. There we go, guys. I was processing a lot of things. I thought that I could have added my game.hero, but I'll do that later. Next up, let me do the same thing for my offset underscore y-axis. Also that equal to my enemy.rect.x-y-axis minus my player.rect.y-axis. Okay, perfect. That's basically it for offset. Now I would need an overlap variable to check if my enemy's rect or my enemy's mask collided with my object's mask. If they did, that's going to be counting as a overlap. So I'll go with overlap. Also that equal to my player.mask.overlap. There we go. Did I spell overlap correct? Okay, my enemy.mask. So basically what does this mean? It means if my player's mask overlaps with my enemy's mask at the given offset, which is going to be in a tuple, my offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. If my player's mask overlaps with my enemy's mask at this offset, it's going to be considered as a overlap. And now let me add a if statement. If a overlap did happen, and if not, collision flag. What does if not collision flag means? It basically means if my collision flag that is currently set to false here, if one of them, or like if they're set to true, a collision happened. I will print something. I will print boom, collided with add a pair of parentheses, maybe convert this to a f string, my enemy name, enemy underscore name. Okay, and then I will go ahead and return true and return false. Okay, I return true here because if not collision, if my collision is set to true, if my collision flag is set to true, I return true, which basically means my collision flag is set to true right now. If this did happen, my collision flag is going to be set to false. And honestly, let me go ahead and add a bunch more things. For example, my HP bar takes damage, so I'll create a damage variable. This is optional, honestly. You guys could like manually type your damage. I feel this is more organized. That is shite. Let me go ahead and create a damage variable. Let me go ahead and create a object for my health bar. So I'll go with self.health underscore bar. This is my health bar object. I'll set that equal to my health bar class. There we go. And the max HP is going to be set to 100 by default. And then I'll go all the way down here. I'll type damage is going to be 20. Once they collide, I'll go with my game object dot my health bar object inside of my game object dot take underscore damage method. The amount is going to be 20. Actually, the amount is going to be damage, which is set to 20. You guys could like manually type your amount here like 20. I feel this is more organized. That aside, let me go ahead and add a if statement now. Something like if my game dot health bar dot current HP, if my current HP, which is currently set to 100, is less than or equal to 0, if my current HP is less than or equal to 0, I'll go with game underscore over. I'll set that equal to true. My game over is going to be set to true. Excuse me, guys, and the game over is considered as my game state, which I have here, like self.game won, self.game lost, which is currently set to false. Okay, so honestly, that is pretty much it for this part. Let me go down here outside my function, or like in the same line as my function. And now let me go ahead and reassign my collision flags, my self.skeleton collision and my self.dragon collision. So let me go here and do my skeleton first. I'll go with self, actually not self, my game object dot skeleton collision. I'll set that equal to invoke my collision detector function. I'll fill in the parameters. My player is going to be my game dot hero, my hero object inside of my game class. Enemy is going to be my game dot skeleton, my skeleton object inside of my game class. Enemy name, this is always optional, I'll keep it as skeleton. And lastly, collision flag, which is going to be my game dot skeleton collision, which is currently set to false. Paste it. Okay, perfect. Let me do the same thing for my dragon as well. I'll go with game dot let's see, dragon collision. Okay, I'll set that equal to invoke my let's see, collision detector function, fill in the parameters. So the player is going to be my game dot hero, my hero object inside of my game class, game dot dragon this time, my dragon object inside of my game class, and then my enemy name. This is always optional, but I will keep this to dragon. Okay, and lastly, my collision flag, which is going to be my game.dragon collision, which is currently set to false. Okay, that's basically it for my collision detection logic. Next up, let me go ahead and add a win/lose logic. Maybe zoom in a bit, go there. Now let's add my win/lose logic. For my win/lose logic, I'll go with a if statement. First, let me add a if statement for my win logic. If my game.score is greater than or equal to 10, my game.score currently is set to 0 because I want my player to start with 0 score. If my game.score is greater than or equal to 10, I will do something. Let's see. What do I want to do? I'll set my game.game_1, my game_1 instance variable inside of my game object to be equal to true. Currently it is set to false. And then I add another if statement. If my game.game_1, if my game_1 is set to true, I will do something. I'll go with screen.blit. I wanna blit my game1 UI. Game1 UI. Game underscore, what was it called? Let me go up and check. Guys, I forgot the name of my variable. Okay, it's called win screen UI and lose screen UI. Okay, I want to blit my win screen UI. Okay, at the given depth of 0 0. Why is it 0 0? Because like I already set my position here when I like transform them. So like I scale them. This is going to be the I want to scale my windscreen UI. The size is going to be width/height, so they're basically going to cover the entire screen. 0 0 is like the top left corner, but they cover the whole screen. Okay, and then let me add a condition for my let's see, my game lost. So I'll go with if game.game_lost. Hello, how are you doing, Minash? I appreciate you joining this stream. And guys, I apologize if I can't pronounce you guys' names correctly. I'm off the pronunciation. I have a doubt. What doubt? What doubt? Okay, if game.game lost, I'll go with screen.blit. I want to blit my lose screen UI at the given depth of 0 0. Okay, and then let me go with a else clause. This is basically going to be everything if it's not game won or game lost. My regular game loop. I will add a if statement though. If not game.game lost. Actually, let's go with game 1. Maybe I added in a tuple. I mean, it's the same thing. Or game underscore lost. There we go. Okay, let me add password now. So basically my loop runs. So if my game if my game 1 is set to, let's see, actually I don't think I need a notch here. Okay, game 1 is true. Actually, no, I didn't need a notch. Okay, so basically what this means is if my game 1 variable, my game and boolean variable, or my game lost boolean variable is set to false, which they would be set to false by default, like right here my game says they're all set to false by default. If they are set to false, I run my regular game loop. Why are you using Python instead of C for game dev? You don't know C language? Honestly, the reason I'm using Python for like making a game right now, because let's see, how many days ago? 92 days ago when I first started learning Python, I didn't have any coding experience or anything. I had like zero coding experience whatsoever. So I thought we could make games with any programming language. So I was like, it would be a pretty good content idea if I spend 100 days at the end of 100 days, I make a game using Python. So I was practically kind of stuck with that statement that I said. So I didn't know, like later, I mean, uh, making games in Python using Pygames is harder than using C and everything, because C, C++, C hash, they are like C hash. They are like meant to make games, but if we make games using Python, it does help us like understand how Python works, even though it's like 10 times harder than making games using actual game engines. That aside, after my 100 series, I was planning to like learn data science. That's like a spoiler alert. I will let you guys know at day 100. Okay, that aside, let me go ahead and run my regular game loop. So I'll go with regular game loop. Okay. Okay, for my regular game loop, let's see what else do I need. I would need to add my game objects. So this is where I'm going to be drawing my game objects. I'll go with game objects. For my game objects, let's see. Let's go with my game.hero.draw. I'll actually, before I draw them, honestly, let me move my hero. Okay, I'm going to use the .move method and add a keys parameter. That's the reason I added my keys variable here. This basically checks if any of my keys are pressed. Okay, now with that out of the way, let me go ahead and add my NPCs as well. So actually my hero does have a apply gravity method as well. So let me do that, because might as well. So game.hero.apply gravity. Okay, I didn't add a apply gravity method on my hero. There we go. Alright, so let me go ahead and define a apply underscore gravity method for my hero. It won't have any parameters to it, although I will increase my hero's y-axis velocity by my gravity. So let me go with self.y-axis underscore velocity. I'll increase that by my gravity variable, which is currently set to 0.5, and then I will increase my self.rect.y-axis, my hero's y-axis, by my let's see, self.y-axis underscore velocity. Okay, that's honestly pretty much it for gravity. This is going to be pulling my player down every time he jumps up. Although it is going to constantly pull him down. We need a surface for him to land. That is going to be my floor variable, which is like erect. Thank you for answering. Handmade hero on YT is series on YT that uses C for game dev. It will be helpful for you. Honestly, yeah, I was definitely planning to like learn C, the C language as well, and like different languages in general. That aside, let me go ahead and create a landing method. My landing method, let's see, I'll go with my self.rect.y-axis. Honestly, I feel like I didn't need this. Okay, x-axis, also that equal to max. For my move method, did I add a move method to my hero? Okay, I added a move method to my object. I forgot to change it. Honestly, I feel like I should add a apply gravity. I mean, this would work. Okay, I think I could do this. Let's add a statement. if my self.rect.bottom, if my hero's bottom is greater than or equal to my floor variable dot y-axis. Okay, I'll do something. Let's see. I'll set my self.rect.bottom, my hero's bottom, to be equal to my floor dot y-axis. This basically means if like when my hero is being pulled down, if he's pulled down and he goes, his bottom, his like legs is equal to or less than my floor, he's gonna be standing above my floor. And then I'll reset my self.y-axis underscore velocity to be equal to 0. The reason I did this is because I only want my flare to jump up when I hit the space bar. That is gonna be right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and apply my gravity to my hero now. Here we go here. Hero.apply gravity method. There we go. That applies gravity and takes care of the landing. Let me go with my skeleton now. Skeleton object. Honestly, game.skeleton object, because my skeleton object is inside of my game class. So game.skeleton is going to be equal. Actually, there we go. Dot automate. I'm going to be automating my skeleton. I'll do the same thing for my dragon. Game dot dragon object dot automate. Okay, automate is basically them moving on their own. Okay, honestly, this is basically all that I needed. Excuse me, guys. I would have to go with my collision detection for my let's see, for my coins, meats, and potions as well. That aside, let me go ahead and add graphics as well. This is going to be me drawing them on the screen, my objects. Okay. For my graphics, let me draw my hero first. So hero dot the draw method. Actually, game dot hero, because my hero object is inside of my game class. Game dot hero dot draw method. Okay. I'll do the same thing for my skeleton and dragons. So I'll go with game dot skeleton dot draw, and then a game dot dragon dot draw. Alright, maybe I fix my dragon's typo. Okay, and then what else would I need? I would need to draw my floors. So I'll go with, since my floor is in a class, I'll go with pygame dot draw. I'll manually draw my floor dot rect, because my floor is going to be a rectangle. The surface will be my screen. The color, I don't remember the RGB color yet. The floor's attribute is going to be my floor variable. Okay, now let me go to my reference code to just copy the RGB color. Guys, I could find it online from the website called RGB Picker, but this, I think it saves a lot more time. So I think I do this. There we go. Let me copy the RGB color. This is a good brown color. Let me get it there. Paste it. Okay, perfect. What else do I want to draw? I think I need to draw my coins as well. So let's work on my coin logic first before I actually draw it. These are going to be my game objects. So maybe under my game objects, but above my graphics, let me add a comment that says collision detection for let's see, hero and coin. Let me go with hero and drops. Okay, let's go with the collision detection. And since this is pixel perfect collision, I will need offsets. Although before that, let me go under my game objects class. Let's go with a comment that says something like collision, actually, drop details. Drop details. This if I'm going to be adding my drop spawn time, after how much time is my drop going to spawn, because I want my drops to spawn every 3 seconds. So let's go here and create firstly a object. Let me create a object for my coins. Coins is going to be equal to, since my coins won't be a single object, I want it to be multiple coins. I'll go with a list of my drops class, and maybe I'll go with a self parameter here to make this a instance variable. Okay, and for my drop details, I'll go with self.coin underscore drop underscore time. I'll set that equal to time.time, my time module dot the time function. And then I go all the way up here. Under my loose screen, I'll add a drop delay. Drop delay. Drop delay is basically after how long do I want a coin to drop. So I'll go with something like coin underscore drop underscore delay. Okay, I'll create a coin drop delay variable also that equal to, let's say, I usually set it to 3 seconds. I could set it to like 4 seconds right now. So every 4 seconds, a coin is going to spawn in the screen. Alright, perfect. Now with that out of the way, let me iterate over my object of coins. So I'll go with for every coin in my game object dot my coins object, okay, at index of colon. The reason I'm adding at index of colon is because at index of colon like duplicates all my coins inside of my list, because I am going to be removing the coin once my player collides with the coin. So this is like a safer way to do it. Does that make any sense? Okay, for every coin in my coins, now I'll create offsets. So I'll go with offset underscore x-axis. I'll set that equal to, let's see, my coin dot rect dot x-axis, coin dot rect dot x-axis. Does my coin have a rect? Did it inherit from my game objects? There we go. My drops did inherit from my game object. Okay, so let's go with coin dot rect dot x-axis minus my game dot hero dot rect dot x-axis. Okay, so a quick question: why is this thing showing me a yellow underline? Coin dot rect, my coin object dot rect. Okay, which that is equal to my drops class. Oh, okay, guys, I forgot to add a pair of parentheses here. There we go. Whenever you like, create an object and set that equal to a class, I'm pretty sure a pair of parentheses is real important. Now with that out of the way, it should let me access, there we go, coin.rect.x-axis. Let me go ahead and create a offset underscore y-axis that is going to be equal to my coin.rect.y-axis minus my game.hero.rect.y-axis. Alright, perfect. That basically takes care of overlap, but that takes care of the offsets, but I would need a overlap variable as well to check if my coin overlaps with my object. And I feel like my stream's lagging. My stream just started lagging on my tablet. Okay, no, it's good now. Okay, so overlap. For my overlap, I'll go with my game.hero.overlap. Okay. Okay, game.hero.mask.overlap. With my, let's see, coin.mask at the given offset, which is going to be in a tuple of my offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. So basically what this means is if my hero's mask, the reason I added game here is because my hero object is inside of my game class, so I gotta like prefix it with my game object, which is equal to my game class. So if my hero's mask overlaps with my coin's mask at the given offset of offset x and offset y, that is going to be considered as a overlap. And then let me add a if statement. If a overlap did happen, let's see. I'll increase my score, so game.score is going to increase by 1, and then game.scored, my boolean variable, is going to be equal to true because I did score. And then I'll go with my game.coins, the list of my coins, dot remove. I want to remove my coin. Okay, so once I collide, my coin gets removed. Let's go with else. Else my game.scored equals to false. So only if I collide, only if an overlap happens, my score is going to be equal to true, else my score is going to be equal to false. Okay, that was pretty easy. This is basically the collision logic. Now let me add my coin spawn logic, how they're going to randomly spawn on the screen. Let's go with coin spawn logic. Okay, for my coin spawn logic, I honestly can never spell spawn correct on my first try. There we go. For my coin spawn logic, let's see what else what I need. I need a if statement. So if my time module dot my time function, okay, minus my, let's see, my game object dot coin spawn time, coin drop time, my coin drop variable, which was set to time dot time right here. Okay, if my time dot time minus my game dot coin drop time is greater than my coins drop delay, okay, my coin drop delay, which was set to 4 seconds, I'll spawn the coins in the screen. So I'll go with my game dot coins, my coins object dot append, I'll append my drops class there. Okay, and then I'll reassign my game dot coin drop time to be equal to my time module dot the time function. Okay, perfect. That basically takes care of that. Now let me go under my graphics and create or draw my coins. So I'll firstly iterate over my let's see, my coins is list. So for every coin in my game dot coins dot game dot coins, honestly I think that was pretty much it. I'll go with my coin dot draw. Okay, that basically draws it on the screen. If I would run the command, excuse me guys, okay, the reason my skeleton is not automating is most likely because let's see, the position is wrong. But let me check my coins. So I can collect my coins and they randomly spawn every 4 seconds. Okay, and my score is increasing, I just don't have it shown anywhere. I should like probably do that. That aside, let's fix my skeleton's collision. My skeleton's automation. That is going to be my skeleton class 500 by 350. That's correct. That's correct. Let's go to my automate class. I remember doing this mistake. So there we go. This is somewhere that I messed up. I messed this up last stream as well, guys. Let's change that to -100 and 50. So it's basically my collision is like looping. What if I change that to like 1,000? Good night, Manish. I appreciate you joining the stream. Sweet dreams. Make sure you get your 8 hours. That aside, let's try fixing this. Okay, honestly, I might check the reference for this because I forgot what numbers should be here. So let me scroll all the way up to my skeleton class, right there. Actually, to my game object class. Okay, -200 and 850. Okay, -200. 850 could like change. I'm pretty sure it was the positions, right? What happens if I like change this to plus? Now if I run the command, maybe change that to 100 again. What if we go with 850? Okay, what if I change this to 800? I know why is he frozen actually. Like, I remember this happened to me last stream as well. How did I fix it? Did I add a clock or like is he going too quick? Did I add a clock? Okay, I did add a clock tick. Did I automate him? My skeleton automate. I automated my skeleton, automated my dragon. I can't even see my dragon probably because let me go to my dragon class. Let me change that to 500 and that to 100. There, now if I run the command, I see my dragon object. I remember, guys, I went through this. Why aren't they moving? Let me get some water to jog my memory. Okay, let's recall. I'm pretty sure it is the looping stuff, so like in my game objects, define automate. Let's change that to minus equals my x-axis velocity. I'm pretty sure because my x-axis velocity is currently set to 0, but I did change the x-axis velocities here to be 5. Let me change that to 6 maybe. Okay, 6 and that to 6. What happens if I change this to 6? and like that to 6, and that to 5, that to 5. I mean, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't make a difference. Maybe I got it. Maybe I'll take a look at the reference or something. I mean, I did like fix that. I know what's wrong. Okay, let's take a quick look again. What if I change that to less than? There we go. Then I have to take a look at the reference, guys, and it says boom collided, boom collided. Okay, perfect. So this should have been less than. Okay, that works. Next up, what else do I need? Do I have like a score font here? I don't have a score font. So let me go ahead and create another comment that says score details. For my score details, I'll need a score underscore text underscore font. Okay, that is going to be equal to pygame.font.capitalized font. My font type is going to be none. The size is going to be something around 36. Let me change that equal to font. Okay, maybe I like get my. Okay, let me check if my live is going good on Geek and Twitch. I'd love to. Excuse me, guys. I'd love to join your live stream whenever you're streaming. Add me my Discord, Sammy2609. Oh, honestly, I forgot to. Guys, I sometimes don't check my Twitch and Kick chats because I have my YouTube chats on at all time. But Sammy, I will definitely add you after the stream. That aside, let's see. Okay, what was I gonna do, guys? I added my font, right? So now it's gonna go all the way down here to my graphics. Let me now show my render my font or my text, my score text on my screen. So under my graphics section, okay, maybe above my coins graphic, I'll go with a screen underscore text variable. So that equal to actually a score text variable. So my score text variable is going to be equal to my score text font dot the render function. This is going to render it on the screen, but it does need a text, italicized, and color. My text is going to be score. It's going to be a f string that says score, and my game dot score variable. And my italicized, if that's how I pronounce it, is going to be set to true. Lastly, my color is going to be black. Okay, there we go. True and comma. Okay, perfect. And then maybe I zoom out a little, go here. Okay, now let me blit my score text on the screen. So I'll go with screen.blit. I'll go with my score text at the given dest of 10, 10. So that's the position. So now if I run the command, my score text is up there. Let's go ahead and there we go. Every time I claim a coin, it says got score. And guys, I didn't add my trap method so my player can exit my window. I should add a trap method as well. Okay. So under my, let me go all the way up there. My game object, I could go with a trap method in here, or I could also go with a trap method inside of my hero class. I think it's going to be much easier to go with my trap method inside of my game objects class. So I'll define a trap method. Okay, let me go ahead and define trap. My trap method won't have any parameters. Okay, probably the trap should be lowercase. There we go. Alright, for my trap method, how am I going to trap my player? I'll go with my self.rect.x-axis, my object's x-axis, also that equal to max, which is going to be 0. My player can't go below 0. So 0 is, I think, at the top right, so my player can't go in negatives. Okay, the min is going to be, let's see, my self.rect.x-axis, my player's x-axis. My width variable, my display is width minus, let's see, my self.rect, maybe lowercase self.rect.width. Okay, perfect. That basically takes care of my x-axis. Now let me do the same thing for my y-axis. So I'll go with self.rect.y-axis. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be set to 0, min, which is going to be set to self.rect.y-axis, comma, let me go with height this time. My display's height minus, honestly, I feel like I should go with my, excuse me guys, I think I should go with my floor's height. Okay, let's see. The reason this is my displayed height is this is basically 650. I could go with my floor variable, so floor dot y-axis minus self dot rect dot height. Okay, perfect. Now let me go ahead and use my trap method on my, let's see, on my hero object right here. There we go. So I'll go with my game object dot my hero object dot trap. Now if I run the command, my hero is trapped. He can go up, he can go here, and he can go down as well. Although I might do some modifications just for the visuals. Let me go in my this thing. Let me see what happens if I add something like 100 here and add 100 here as well. This is just for visuals, guys. Can I go a bit more to the right? There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay, what if I go there? Okay. Maybe I change that to negative 50. So I could go a little more back. There, that looks much better, honestly. Now for the top. That's y-axis. Let me change that to negative 50 as well. Maybe that would let me go a little higher. Okay, that lets me go way too high. Let me change that to 30. If I run the command, bop. Okay, that is actually perfect. Now for the floor. For my bottom, I couldn't add plus 100 here. This honestly wouldn't even change anything. So for my floor, if this was my y-axis, my height instead of floor's y-axis, then I could have changed stuff here. But since it's not, I can go down. Actually, let's see. Let me find my hero object. Actually, my hero object is up here. There. Okay, so where I have my landing, I go with my self.rect.bottom is greater than or equal to my floor. Let me add plus 20 here. Okay, plus 20 and plus 20. Okay, now if I run the command, I should be lower. Maybe I go with like plus 40. Did that change a thing, guys? I'm pretty sure it should change. Okay, it doesn't change anything for some reason. This thing should change. Okay, pretty sure it's because of my y-axis stuff here. I imported something. Okay, let me go to my game objects real quick. There we go, game object. Under my trap method, let me go with plus 20. Plus 20. Actually, let's go with plus 40. There, now if I run the command. Okay, perfect. Now it works. Okay, there we go. Maybe I changed that to plus 20. The god of Python is live. Let's go. Howdy, what's up, baby? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's run the command again. There we go. That's actually perfect. Okay. Let me go under my floor right here. Under my hero class, which is right here. And maybe remove that because I wouldn't actually need these anymore. Because if I run the command, it is... Okay, actually, no, I do need it. Let me change that to plus 20 and plus 20. This is just for visuals, guys. You guys can play play with this stuff. Okay, perfect. That aside, I'm pretty sure I added almost everything I needed. Like, I have my coin here and everything. Let me add my sound effects now. And guys, I did make those sound effects myself, so it's gonna be pretty funny to like listen to those. Okay. Maybe under my... There we go, I already have comments for it. So, let me load a few sound effects. The first sound effect that I would load is... colliding... SFX. Maybe lowercase. This is going to be basically a sound effect that my player is going to make every time he collides with someone, with an object or NPC. So I'll go with pygame.mixer.sound capitalize sound, and I'll give the file path. The file path is going to be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by sfx, 2 more forward slashes. Let's see, I'll go with my colliding sound effect, so colliding sound. Okay, and then let me go with a collecting coin sound effect. So collecting coin sfx. This is basically going to be a sound effect that my player is going to make after he collects a coin, like cha-ching. Okay, let's go. Let me actually change that to lowercase. There. Okay, I'll set that equal to pygame.mixer. Maybe fix my typo. Pygame.mixer. Capitalize sound. The file path is going to be game items. So, okay, game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by sfx, 2 more forward slashes. This is going to be my colliding coin sound effect there. Okay, honestly, that's all that I need for now. I will add like the sound effects that I need later as well. That aside, let me set volumes. So let me copy that, paste it here. So colliding sound effect dot set underscore volume function. I'll set the volume to be something like 0.1, which is like 10% of the original volume. I'll do the same thing, only copy that, paste it here. With my colliding coin sound effect, I'll add a dot set volume function. My volume will be 0.1. Okay, and there is a SFX channel. I didn't learn much about it, so I'll not like touch this right now. I'll probably touch this in a bit. That aside, let me go down here. Okay, right under my collisions. So after I overlap with somebody, okay, game.health bar. Okay, let's see. Let me add a if statement here. Honestly, I do have like a okay, let me add a if statement. So game.healthbar.take damage. Okay, so my health bar takes damage. Let me add a if statement. If let's see, if my game.game underscore lost, if not game.game underscore lost, or game.game underscore 1. If my game underscore lost and game underscore 1 is true, I will paste this. Actually, colliding sound effect. Okay, dot the play function. This is going to play it. Okay, so if I haven't lost yet or I haven't won a game yet, I'm going to play this. Okay. If game.healthbar.current HP. Did I mess up the spelling here or something? Maybe let me copy that, delete that from here, paste it under this, and not indent it. Okay, copy that, go here. Okay, honestly, this should like kind of work. Why is it giving me like a red underline here? Game.aim over equals true. Let's see. Unindent doesn't match any indentation level. This doesn't match any indentation level. Did I indent properly? I'm pretty sure it is indented properly. Huh. Okay, so under my event loop, offsets every time they collide. Am I like missing something? Oh, okay. Never mind, guys. Let me copy that. Let me paste that here. Indent everything inside. There. Actually, go with Control-Shift-C. Indent everything inside. There we go. So, if my player overlaps with my enemy, if my collision flag is set to true, if I haven't lost yet, or if I haven't won yet. Did I import something? I didn't import anything. What are these variable names that I have? If game.game underscore lost and game.game underscore over. It should have been 1, right? Lost and 1. There we go. Okay, let me change that to 1. Okay, if I didn't if my game underscore lost, if not game underscore lost. Okay, so if both of them are set to false, which they are currently set to false, I'll make the colliding sound effect. If I run the command, every time I collide. Did I collide or did I just dodge him? Guys, am I not colliding? Okay, that was like a perfect collision. Okay, maybe I had a notch here and check. Okay, it says I collided. It says boom, collided. If not, game over. If not, game lost. Okay. Health bar takes damage. Let me copy that. Okay, so after I overlap, I paste it here. Did you learn coding mostly from AI? If so, what is your method for learning from AI? Honestly, yeah, the only place I actually learned was like a few YouTube tutorials, but mostly ChatGPT/Sensei. And I don't think I had like a specific method. I did like whatchamacallit, have like a roadmap that I created like myself and by watching a few YouTube tutorials. Let me actually show that real quick. It's on my Discord. There we go. Okay, so guys, a quick shameless plug. If you guys haven't joined the Discord yet, the link is in the description and the pinned comment. That aside, I did have a whole roadmap here. You guys can like mention me on Discord and I can like DM it to you guys. Okay, so I started by learning print statements, the complete basics, all the way up till reading files. And after I was done learning the reading files, I moved on to Pygames. And I've been working with Pygames for a while. And I went all the way up till collision, player versus enemy collision. I even learned spawn objects. Okay, I'm currently learning sound and music, but I learn multiple objects and object-oriented programming as well. And like you guys get the gist of it. I've been learning like Pygames, object-oriented programming in Pygames. That made any sense. I can talk, guys. I gotta drink some water. But yeah, that was the roadmap that I followed. If you guys want, you guys can like mention me on Discord and I can like DM it to you guys. That aside, game.healthbar.take damage. Okay, let me think this through. Am I like missing something? Game over. If not, game.game_lost or game.game_1. If game lost is set to true, game 1 is set to true. Oh, if I haven't lost a game yet or I haven't won a game yet, I print boom collided. Okay, and then I play my colliding sound effects once I overlap with them. Okay, if I run the command, this should honestly work. Okay, it does work. Did you guys like hear it? Could you guys like hear it? I want to like see if you guys hear it. I was the voice actor, guys. Let me actually check if you guys can hear it, because last stream you guys couldn't hear this. Actor, guys. Let me actually check if you guys can hear it, because last stream you guys couldn't hear this. Okay, perfect. Guys, for some reason the voice sounds a little robotic. Let me see if the... Okay, honestly that does work. Alright, so that's basically sound effect stuff. With that out of the way, let me go ahead and add one for my coin collision as well. Okay. Yeah, I heard it. Lol is funny. Honestly, yeah, the whole purpose was to make it funny. There are way more funnier sound effects that I made. Mostly the ones where I say, you have lost, and like something like that, guys. I forgot. That aside, for my collision detection for hero and drops, I still changed it to hero and coins. Okay. Once my player overlaps with a coin, I'll go here and add my my colliding coin sound effect as well. Dot the play function. Now if I run the command, every time I collect a coin, a sound should play.
Cha-ching.
The cha-ching. There we go.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Okay, guys, that's pretty much it for those. Now let's go ahead. Let me actually go ahead and draw my health bars. So maybe above my score text, I'll go with game.healthbar.draw. There we go. Okay, now if I run the command, a health bar is drawn above my player. Every time I collide, my health bar takes damage instead of me. Okay, even it works even if I collide with my NPC. And let's see what happens many times. Wait, hold up. I think I took 2 HP damage. Okay, I don't have my lose logic yet, so... Wait, did I take like 2 damage? I did take 2 damage. Okay, why was I taking 2 damage? Let me go right here. Damage. Okay, game.healthbar.take damage. Okay, game.game over equals true. Okay, I guess I'll check that later. And where's my screen.blitz? If.game underscore lost screen.blitz. I blitz this if I lose. This should be else if. Okay, that honestly should like work if I lose. Is less than or equal to 0. Enemy name, boom collide. Okay. If my score is greater than or equal to 10, let me change that to 1 to check if my win condition works. There we go. My win condition does work. I honestly gotta add like a... oh my gosh, guys, there's a bug on me, guys. Okay, let me add... I forgot the name. What's it called? Game sound. So game sound. Guys, I forgot the name of the comment. This should be something like mission sound played, or I forgot the name. Game 1 sound played. So self dot game 1 sound. Also that equal to false. Okay, and a self dot... I'll let you guys know what this means in a bit because I'm figuring that out myself as well. I just remember that we need something like this. Game lost sound equals to false. Alright, so let's see. Okay, if game 1 and game.game. Okay. Maybe I take a look at the reference, guys. This was the part that I learned today, so I don't know much about it. I don't have enough practice, guys. Okay, there we go. Mission intro play. Okay, I didn't add my mission intro play yet. I'll work on this later. Okay, I'll work on that later as well. Okay, win/lose logic. That's collision logic. There we go. This is my win/lose logic. If game.game1, okay, I blid this. If not, game.one sound played, I stop all the other sounds from the background. So pygame.mixer.stop game _1 _ channel.play game 1 SFX. I see. Okay. So basically what this means is, let me go up to the channels. The reasons why I'm adding like channels is because when like my game 1 sound is playing, once I win the game, it says you have 1 type stuff. I don't want my background's collision sound to be played as well, or my chiching count collecting sound to be played as well. That aside, let me create a channel. So I'm pretty sure to create channel, I gotta type pygame dot actually a channels variable, but I would need something like pygame dot channel. Actually, pygame dot set channel, or pygame dot mixer dot channel. Okay, pygame dot mixer dot channel. How many channels are gonna be there? Let's see. There are gonna be about, I don't know, I'll keep like 8 channels. I can change that later. Okay, and then my colliding. Let me go ahead and lower my win SFX or windscreen SFX. Windscreen sound effects. Also that equal to pygame.mixer.capitalize sound. My file path is going to be game item followed by 2 / followed by SFX, 2 more /. My win sound effect. What's it called? Win sound effect. Okay, game 1. There. Okay, and then I will set the volume. Let me copy that, paste it. I'll add the dot play function. Okay, my default sound is going to be 0.1. Actually, set volume, my bad guys. Set underscore volume. There. I would need one for lose screen underscore SFX. I'll set that equal to pygame.mixer dot capitalize sound. Okay. The file path is going to be game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by SFX, 2 more forward slashes, my game lost sound effect. Okay, and then let me set the volume. Let me copy that, paste it here. Dot set underscore volume. The volume is going to be 0.1, which is basically 10%. And now let's set a channel. So I want to set a channel for my windscreen sound effect. Do I need specific channels or just one channel? I will check the reference for that part. So for my channels, okay, I do need specific channels. So I'll go with game underscore one underscore channel. I'll set that equal to. Did I have to set it equal to? Okay, equal to pygame.mixer.channel. This is set num channel. Okay, hold up. This is going to be set number channel. Then I'll go with pygame.mixer.channel. So my game 1 channel is going to be channel number 0. Excuse me guys, then I'll go with game underscore lost underscore channel. That is going to be equal to pygame.mixer.capitalize channel. That's going to be my channel number 1. Okay. And now let me go all the way down here. Right around here. Okay, that should be in my WinSlash logic, so that's right here. If game.game1 and if not game dot, let's see, game1 sound. Game1 sound. I'll go with my game1 channel. Okay, dot play. I want to play my, let's see, game 1 sound effect, or win sound effect, windscreen SFX. Okay, perfect. Let me do the same thing with my game lost as well. So if not game dot game underscore lost, if I lost the game, like if my this instance variable is set to true. Okay, let's see, if not game dot game lost, there, I'll go with game dot game lost sound. The channel, was it called game dot game lost channel? Did I name the variable something wrong? Game lost channels, name correct. Okay, right here. Okay, if not game dot game lost channel dot play. I want to play my lose screen SFX sound effect. Okay, now if I run the command, if I lose, why did I take 2 HP damage? Okay. I forgot to go with a pygame.mixer.stop. Maybe I check the reference. Okay, so under the win/lose screen.blid win text, if not game.game sound played, pygame.mixer.stop. Oh, I forgot to like switch game.one sound underscore played to be true. Okay, I gotta do that as well. So this is game.game1. Okay, once that happens, I go with a pygame.mixer.stop. I stop all the sounds going on in the background. I play the new sound and then I let's reset my game.game1 sound to be equal to true, which it is currently set to false. Oh, I see how this makes sense now. Okay, and then I go with a pygame.mixer.stop. I stop all the background sounds, and then I go with game lost sound. I set that equal to true. Okay, now if I run the command, let me get a coin.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Guys, by the way, I am the voice actor of that, so that's kind of funny. Although, let's fix my game lost now. So, let's see. My game.game lost. This should be game lost. No wonder it wasn't working. The variable name was wrong. Now, let's see what happens if I lose. There we go. I'm taking 1 HP damage now. Taking 1 more HP damage. And I'm pretty sure I imported something else. Oh my gosh!
Sit back and wait.
No way, let me change. No way, I collected a coin. Let me actually try losing quick. It didn't play any sound. Although, why did I? It felt like I took damage twice. Let me go up and see if I imported something. I didn't import anything. Did I? Why did I take 2 damage? Like, why did I take 2 damage, guys? Let me change that to 0. Let's read this else if real carefully. If game.game lost, I blip this on my screen. If not, game.game lost. This is going to be sound, right? Game.game lost sound. Okay, so this variable name is wrong. If not, game.game underscore lost underscore sound. Okay. Now for my collision, I take damage which is set to 20 every collision. There. I took 2 damage back then. I took 2 damage again for some reason. Let's see, why did I take 2 damage? If not collision flag, so if I overlap, if my collision flag is set to true, okay, most likely because I didn't flip my collision sign to be true. Did I do that inside of my this thing? If my collision flag is set to true, if not, game.game over. Did I like mess up somewhere with my returns? Return true, this should be here. Return false, that should be there. Okay, if game.healthbar.current HP is less than 0, this part works. Colliding sound effect is correct. Game.healthbar.take damage. That's correct. Okay, maybe I take a quick look at my reference my collision code. This is the buff part. We don't look at that right now. Okay, this should be in a tuple. Does that make a big difference? I know that it might make a big difference, honestly. Okay. But I still take damage twice. Okay. Honestly, that didn't make any difference. What GUI are you using? What GUI am I using? Give me a sec, guys. Let me check the meaning of GUI. I should honestly know. Graphics user interface. Honestly, I don't know. Guys, I'm a little new to this stuff. I gotta get used to it. That aside, graphics user interface, GUI stands for, it's a system that allows users to interact with electronic devices through visual elements such as icons, buttons, and windows rather than text commands. This interface makes it easier for users to navigate and operate software applications by providing a more intuitive and visual engaging experience. Guys, did you guys know what this means? Okay, I should probably check. Honestly, okay, that is shite. Let me see. Why am I taking damage twice? Did I add take damage twice somewhere? Did I add the take damage method twice? Okay, if not collision, if not game.game lost or game.game won, is my variable called game lost? It is called game lost. Print boom, collided with enemy, damage equals to 20. Game dot health bar dot take damage, which is set to 20. Okay. If game dot game bar dot current health. Okay. This is buff bar dot activate. Buff bar dot take damage, else health bar dot take damage. Okay, if game.healthbar.current HP is greater than 0, that is just to be safe. We add player underscore colliding underscore SFX. Honestly? Okay, let me try adding an if statement here. If self.healthbar dot is greater than 0. There. Okay, there we go. Game.healthbar.take damage. Okay, never mind. I might have to ask Sensei where I messed up here. If game.healthbar current. Because why do I take damage twice? Is it because I take 1 HP? That took 2 HP. Oh, I think I know why. Did I load the wrong images? This could be the case. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. That is not the case. I didn't load wrong images. Okay, maybe something is wrong with my health bar class. Okay, current HP. I'm pretty sure this shouldn't be greater than, right? Let me try changing that to greater than and seeing what happens. Okay, I don't take damage at all. Let's change that to less than. Okay, I'm pretty sure my health bar take damage method. Let's see. Take damage. Max is 0. Okay, self.current HP minus amount. Let me check the reference real quick. Self.current HP. This is for my buff bar. That is for my health bar. Max is 0. Okay, this part is correct. Self.current HP. Okay, that is heal part. I don't need to worry about the heal yet. This is correct. Okay, honestly, might have to ask Sensei, guys. Okay, let's go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei slash ChatGPT here. Paste it. Add a bunch of space and say Sensei. Why does my hero take 2 damage instead of... Actually, why does my hero take damage twice? Question mark. Maybe we'll get more. Let's look. Okay, good question, Vivek. I can see the bug from miles away. Your hero is getting slapped twice, but you didn't guard your collision check properly. Because you didn't guard your collision check properly. Okay, collision detector right now. This part's correct. That part's correct. If not collision, that's correct. Okay. Here's what happens. Frame 1 collision. Collision flag is false. Okay. This, honestly, I was thinking if something is wrong with this. Damage is applied. It sets return true. Next frame, while overlapping, collision flag is already true, but you don't reset it anyway. Meaning, after leaving collision, it stays true until overwritten. So basically, your hero can get damage once while colliding and once more when overlap continues and the flag is misshaped. The fix, you need to reset collision flag each frame before checking collision and applying. Okay, so I set them to be false. Overlap. If overlap and not game dot game lost or game dot game won, print boom. Okay. Return true, return false. Key idea: reset collision flags each frame. Damage should only apply once per overlap. Okay, apply damage every 1 second. Didn't I do that stuff? So under my collision logic. Okay, if overlap, I needed a if not collision flag, right? That flips it to be true. I'm pretty sure I needed collision flag, like here. In my reference code here. There we go. Right here in my win/lose logic, actually my collision logic. Okay, I have that. Huh. If not collision flag. Okay. Print this. Okay, if buff bar takes damage, else health bar takes damage. Return true. Okay, return false. Huh. Honestly, what happens if I like change this to 20? I mean, I know this wouldn't change a thing, but I take 10 damage, and then I take damage twice. Is that like a silly mistake? Okay, if overlap is set to true, if not collision. Maybe I drink some water, guys, to jog my memory. Okay, let me actually check if my stream's going good on Kick and Twitch. Okay, Kick stream's going good. Okay, let me check Twitch. Okay, Twitch stream's going good as well. Last one, let me check my YouTube stream's going good. Alright, perfect. Okay, honestly, this is correct. Let me paste this. Okay, perfect. I should take damage per frame, so apparently if I don't have my collision flag up here, the code is like correct. I should say Y as well. There, I'm pretty sure I need my collision flag. Okay, now I take like 3 damage. Okay. Excuse me guys, let me go to the control C. So the control A, control C. Get Sutsa here again. Okay, am I doing something wrong here? Game not game lost. If overlap and not game lost or game not game won. Reset flag at start of each loop. I did this. Okay. Oh wait, could it be because I resetted my flags here. Okay. So I wouldn't need a collision flag here. No, I would need a collision flag here. Let me get this flag here. Pasted at a bunch of spaces. Let's say I still take damage twice? Question mark. Vivek, I see the bug clearly. You're still bleeding twice because your collision flag system isn't resetting properly. Let me break it down. Write your code. Let me break it down with your code. Your collision call. Okay. This is a guard. Okay. What's happening right now? Frame 1, collision flag is false. Overlap happens. Damage applied. You return true. Next frame, you call the same function, but notice collision flag was not reset at the start, okay, of the loop. It's still true, however, you set collision underscore flag to the return value true every time, meaning when overlap ends and restarts, the timing is off and you take damage again too quickly. That's why you see double hit behavior. The fixed reset flags every frame. Okay. Reset flags, or even cleaner, don't even pass collision flag. Just let the detector itself handle first time overlap. Use a cooldown system. Let me just go with this code part. Control A, Control C. Okay. Paste this, I bunch of paste sensei. But the last time I wrote this code, the collision logic worked. This one was the fixed code. Yes, Vivek, I see it. This is the version where you put the guard, if not collision flag, inside a collision detector, so damage only happens first frame of contact. That's why you said this was the fixed code. Look carefully at this section you wrote. If overlap, if not collision, if not game.game over or game.game1, print it, okay. If game.buff bar are active, okay, this is the buff bar part, I didn't add that yet. Else game.health bar take damage, if health bar current HP is greater than 0, player dot, okay. Why it works here, first frame of collision, flag is false, applies, damage applies. Function returns true, so your game stores game.skeleton underscore collision equals to true, or dragon next frame while overlapping. Now collision flag is true, the guard blocks extra damage. When separated, no overlap function returns false, resetting flag, the collision can deal damage again. Key lesson, this is per frame collision flagging. It only works because you pass previous frame flag into functions, so the return value, okay, so the return value each frame. If you ever forget to reset or miswire, that'll cause double damage bugs. Do you want me to stick with the frame by frame flag system, cleaner but easy to mess up, or do you want me to show you the cooldown based? Say, can we stick with the frame by frame question mark? Okay, good. That was the spirit, Vivek. Frame by frame flag system is sharp flags, okay, and gives you full control, just like a little katana strike. If you're sticking with this method, here are the rules you must obey, or else you'll suffer the double damage curse. Always pass the old flag into your collision detector. I did do this, okay. That last argument must be the behavior state, otherwise the guard, if not collision flag, breaks. The detector must always return the new state, okay. Return true if overlap, return false if not overlap. This way the flag resets correctly when you separate. Damage logic lives only inside the if not collision flag block. That's your shield against double damage. Don't put health stuff outside of it. One flag per enemy. Skeleton has dragon. The skeleton has one, dragon has one extra. Don't reuse them or you get tangled. Think of it like this. Collision flag equals false. Sword is shielded. Okay, first cut allowed, collision flag is true, sword is locked, no extra damage until the enemy backs off. When overlap ends, sword resets. Okay, let me say yes sensei. I mean, I am kind of curious because it did work for my previous code. Why didn't it work for this code? Okay, let's see. Alright, listen up. This is your permanent blueprint for frame by frame collision damage. If you mess with this structure, I'll personally drag you back to debugging hell. Here it is. So we defined a collision detector function, added a bunch of parameters. That is actually kind of genius, adding a keyword argument of 20, but it's the same thing as adding the variable here. If overlap, player and enemy are overlapping. If not, collision flag, first frame of collision, print collision with a key. Damage handling, game.health underscore bar dot take damage, okay. Play sound effect. I see. Stay in collision state. No overlap and reset. How do you use it? Okay, how you use it. Game dot collision. Why this works, first frame of contact, collision flag is false, you take damage, function returns true. While overlapping, collision flag is now true, no more damage when you separate it. Overlap ends. Okay, honestly, I think I see where this thing. Apparently the two of this should, I mean, didn't I like do this before? There. Okay, so if that's true, I return true, else I return false. Why do I take damage twice?
Ching.
Wait, I took damage once then. Let me try it again real quick. I took it once. Okay, now I took damage twice. Okay, let's see what Sutsu did. Okay, if overlap, my overlap says player.mask.overlap, enemy.mask at the given offset of offset x, offset y, okay? If overlap, if I did overlap, if not collision flag, okay. Print an F string, okay, and then damage equals to wait, let me just keep that down. There. Okay. My health bar takes damage first. Okay, my health bar does take damage first. Colliding sound effects are played. Then a if statement. Honestly, are they like set to? They are set to false. My collision flags. Did I like use my collision flag somewhere else? I didn't. Let me go to control C. Maybe get sensei back here. Space try a bunch of spaces. Say sensei. Actually, maybe I go with caps. Sensei. I did use that logic, but it still takes but I still take damage twice, question mark. Maybe I drink some tea. Oh guys, I love green tea. Alright, let's see. Problem 1, your condition is wrong. Am I like doing a wrong condition? Okay, inside your loop, if not game 1 or game lost, that logic is messed up. If not game 1 or game lost, will still let gameplay run even if you already lost. Meaning collision may still proceed double damage. It should be if not game 1 and not game lost. I forgot a not here. Guard and okay, guard with and not or. Oh. Problem 2, you're defying collision detector inside the loop. Right now, every frame you redefine collision detector, Python rebinds it, but this isn't the real bug, it just makes debugging harder. Excuse me guys. Move collision detector function above the game loop, keep your game loop clean. Okay, I know, okay. Problem 3, the damage logic isn't fully guarded. Excuse me guys, you wrote looks correct, but the real catch is how you're calling it. Am I calling it wrong or something? Okay, if you somehow reset game.skeleton logic or game.dragon underscore collision too early, it will think fresh collision every frame double hits. The fix, clean version, collision detection, okay, if overlap, only first frame of contact. Didn't I like do that if not collision flag? I did if not collision flag. Is this the same as that? If overlap, if not collision flag, if overlap, if not collision flag, print. It looks the same. Okay, then in the loop, if not game.game1 and not game.game lost, current guard. I see. If you do this, I guarantee the double damage bug disappears. Okay, let me actually try that in that case. It should say there. Okay, so I did mess up here. This should be and not. Now if I run the command, I take damage once. Okay, that was me taking it twice. Okay, in this section, since I did say to keep the loop clean, so okay, what happens if I like copy this, paste it here, and see if it changes anything? There we go. Let's see if Sensei's version changes something. Pretty sure it wouldn't. There we go. Okay, where could it be that I'm messing up? Because me messing up doesn't make any sense. This is literally how it works. Like, if I overlapped, did I fill my parameters correct? That's game hero, my player is my game.hero, my enemy is my game.skeleton, game.dragon, name collision flag is correct. Game.skeleton collision, game.dragon collision. How am I taking damage twice? Okay, I return true first and then I return false. Only first frame of contact. Okay, I guess let's go with a control C. Let's get Sensei back here. Paste that at a bunch of space. Sensei. I copied your part of the collision logic, and I still take damage twice. There we go. Vivek, listen to me. You're still taking double damage because you hid the function inside the loop like a coward. Every frame Python is redefining collision detector. The fix, move your collision detector function outside the game loop. Put it above its underscore running. Above my game loop, outside my game loop. Put it above its underscore running. Isn't this below its underscore running? That's the devil's work. Take it out. Keep it clean like this, okay? Then in the loop. Okay, I guess let's try that as well. Let's take my entire collision detection, copy that, delete that. Let's get that outside of my game loop. Okay. Now do I take... I still take 2 damage, guys. This doesn't make any sense because this was my previous code that actually works. If I run the command...
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
My sound, by the way, guys. Oh, I forgot to like take damage. I take 1 damage. This is the exact same part of the code. Like...
Ching, ching.
What happens, hold up, what happens if I like copy this part? Wait, hold up. It looks like... Okay, so let's see. This is the mission ones, that's not necessary. All gameplay movements here. So first I added my, I loaded my images here. NPC voice triggers, this is my skeleton. NPC voice, not necessary right now. My while loop is right there. Okay. My collision detection comes in my else clause here. Okay. What if I go to like my, this is like a different code where my health bar logic does work as well perfectly. Let me check the code here as well. Okay, let me go to my while loop. Okay. Game, I defined my collision logic. Didn't add my while loop yet. Okay. This is outside of my while loop now. Then inside of my while loop, I went with my collision detector function. Didn't I like, wait, did I like not do that? I did that thing as well here. What happens if I like, oh, could it be return true else return false? Could it be because I didn't add an else? Else return false. Okay, now if I run the command, I still take 2 damage, guys. This, huh. Okay, this is kind of interesting, guys. Let's see. Is it because my event loop is here? I did not think it's because of my event loop, because I did have my event loop here as well. Win/lose logic comes before that. Above that, I have these things. Okay, in my win/lose logic, else if not game over and not game one. Here's my coin collision detection. The coin part is kind of easy. That said, my collision logic should be correct. Why is it not correct? Okay, if game dot health bar dot current HP is less than 0, game lost is going to be equal to true, return true. Okay, what happens if I like return true here? Okay, let me move the else, return false. Maybe I go with another return false. But doesn't return like end the entire function already? I take damage twice. Okay, this honestly doesn't make any sense. Let me try looking at this again carefully. Okay, game.skeleton underscore collision. I filled the parameters correctly. I'm 100% sure about that. Okay, so for my collision detection, I went with I defined a collision detector function, filled in the parameters. If overlap, if not collision flag, only first frame of contact, print boom collided with a enemy. Once I collide, I go with game.healthbar.the take damage method. I take damage. My damage is set to 20 by default. And then I play my colliding sound effect. My colliding sound effect is played. Let me just check something. Okay, let's see. Okay, actually, let me just go with Control A, Control C. Gets, let's say, back here. Or how are you? How's your streaming going? I'm expert developer. Can you drop your Discord or Instagram? I'll send you my recent work. Honestly, yeah, give you like a check into and I feel like I'm too late to read that comment. That aside, my Discord is like in the pinned comments on my Twitch and on my Twitch cake and YouTube. That said, let me get Sensei back here. Okay, let me ask the difference. Paste it at a bunch of spaces. We say, Sensei, this still doesn't work. I take damage twice. Dot. It honestly doesn't make sense because it honestly doesn't make sense because the code looks correct. Okay, let's see. Thinking longer for a better answer. Okay, I guess that's Sensei thing. That aside, let me check if my stream's going good. Okay. Thinking collision detection logic. Thought for 6 seconds. Okay, nice. You're so close. The double damage problem is almost always about when and where you remember that you've already hurt the player. I'll give you two simple, robust fixes. Pick one. Option A, enemy level collision flag, minimal change. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Number two, collision detection. If not enemies colliding. Okay. B. Player invulnerability cooldown. Common in games. Give the hero a short invulnerability window after taking damage. For example, 0.5 seconds. This prevents very quick repeat hits from any source. Useful if two enemies overlap or collision check runs fast. Changes. Add self.invulnerability underscore until equals to 0 to the hero or game initialization. In collision detector, apply damage only if time.time is greater than or equal to game.hero.invulnerability invulnerable underscore until. Okay, when damage happens, set game.hero.invulnerable underscore until equals to time.time plus 0.5 code snippet. Okay, self.invulnerable now equals to time.time if now is greater than or equal to invulnerable. Okay, extra per frame damage cap. If you want at most one hit per frame, you would want only one damage event each game frame, even if multiple enemies overlap simultaneously. Add a extra logic flag at the start. Took underscore damage underscore this underscore frame, then in this collision detector before applying damage. If not, took underscore damage underscore this underscore frame game.health bar take damage. Reset. Which should you pick? If you want each enemy to only damage once per contact, option A. If you want the player to have a shot invulnerability after being hit, okay, polished feel, option B. If you want to strictly limit one damage per event regardless. Okay, why your double damage happened short? Even though your flag logic looks correct, the cause is usually one of the collision checks runs. Okay, option A applied. Okay, let me drink some tea, guys. This is pretty strange. Okay, honestly, let me actually add my buff bar class as well. Let's see if buff bar class like plays a role. I don't think it should, but let me create a buff bar class. Okay, my buff bar class is the same as my health bar class, so it won't inherit from my game objects class. Let me go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor. It won't have any, actually it will have a parameter of max underscore buff, which is going to be equal to 100. Buff bar is basically another HP bar when my player collects a drop. In this case, it's a potion drop. Once my player collects the potion, he gets another HP bar above his health bar that lasts for 5 seconds. Okay, let me create a few instance variables. So I will need a self.current underscore buff. My current buff is going to be equal to 0 because my player won't have a buff when like he starts the game. I'll need a self.activate that is going to be equal to true. Actually, it's going to be equal to false because my buff hasn't been activated yet. A self.max underscore buff, which is going to be equal to the max buff, which is going to be equal to max buff. Okay, and then a self.buff underscore time, which is going to be equal to time.time, time module dot the time function. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a few. Let me actually add my file path. So I'll go with self.buff underscore path. This is going to be the file path of my buff bar images. Okay, so for that I'll go with the 0 image buff bar is going to be pygame.image.load. I'll give the file path, which is going to be game items followed by the purple slashes followed by buff bar to more forward slashes 0 HP buff bar. Since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. There we go. Let me copy that, and this time I won't do the hard work of typing it all. I'll just copy it. Paste it 5 times. That's 20 HP, 40 HP, 60 HP, 80 HP, and 100 HP. Let's change that to 20, change that to 20, change that to 40, change that to 40. Maybe I delete that, go there, 4. Okay, change this to 60, change that to... Why am I adding some space here? Let's go with the space 60. I change that to 60, that to 40. Okay, let's change this to 80, change that to 80. Lastly, let me change this to 100. There we go, and change that to 100 as well. Okay, perfect. Maybe remove the comma. Is it because I have a comma here? Okay, it's not. Alright, now let me go ahead and iterate over my dictionary. So I'll go with for every key in my self.buff path. Okay, for every key in my self.buff path at index of key. I'll set that actually here. I'm going to be scaling my buff path, my individual image paths here. So I'll go with self.buff path at index of key equal to invoke my scale function. I want to scale myself dot buff path at index of key. Okay, perfect. Now that I scaled it, let me go ahead and define a few methods. So the first method that I'm going to be defining is going to be a take underscore, actually activate buff method. Activate underscore buff. Okay, my activate buff method is going to be having a mount. Is this spy game? Yeah, it is spy game. Okay, so my activate buff is going to be having a parameter of amount. Okay, and then let me set my self.activate to be equal to true, because once I invoke my, or once I use my activate buff method, my buff is going to be activated with the amount parameter. And then I'll go with self.current buff is going to be equal to my self.max buff. Self.max buff, which is 100, because when my buff is activated, my buff is going to be 100. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a, let's see, self.buff time. Buff time is going to be equal to 5 seconds. Okay. Was it time.time minus 5 seconds? Okay, I'm pretty sure I don't need amounts here. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and define a take underscore damage parameter for my buff path. That is going to have a parameter of amount. Can you show the update so far? Honestly, it's like I will get an error. Let me remove this. Okay, now if I run the command, honestly, I can like collect coins. And it does a ching when I like collide with an enemy. It says, but then I'm trying to figure out why I take 2 damage instead of taking damage once. There we go. And when I lose, I lose. Although if I win, I didn't add my lose sound yet, but if I win, let me change that to 1. If I collect a coin and my score is 1.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
If you guys could hear that, that's by the way, I'm the voice actor. That aside, it says that voice. Although I am adding like a buff bar system, I think that's the reason my health bar system is a little messed up. That shouldn't be the case though. Okay, so let me go ahead and define a take underscore damage method. Okay, my take damage method is going to be having a amount parameter to it. Let's see, so I'll go with self.current buff. This is going to be my current buff's HP also. That equal to max, which is going to be 0. My buff can go below 0. I can't take damage that is less than 0. Then I'll go with my self.current buff minus my amount. Okay. My buff bar won't have a, let's see, a heal method. So okay, I would need a update method. So let me define update. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I need a take damage from my buff bar because my health bar already has a take damage. Okay, that aside from my update, I forgot the code that goes in my update. Let me just take a look at the reference for this part. Okay, so for my buff bar, oh, my buff bar did have a take damage. That aside, okay, I did that part. This is going to be timed that time. I did a small mistake there. After the take damage, define. Excuse me, guys. I see. Okay, so after my activate buff, I have a update. This is going to be timed that time. Okay, there we go. So for my updated my buff, let me add a if statement. If let's see. If activate buff, is it activate buff? Guys, memory is so bad. Okay, yeah, if my buff is activated, so if self.activate is set to true, and in a tuple, and time minus let's see, my self.buff time, there we go, is greater than 5. Maybe add a colon here, there we go. I do something, let's see, self.activate equals to false. My buff isn't active yet. Let's go with a take damage method as well. So I'll define a take, actually I might define that under my activate buff. So I'll go here and define a take underscore damage method. My take damage method will have a amount parameter. Okay, if activate, if self.activate, if my self.activate is set to true, what else did I need? I'll go with self.currentBuff equals to max, which is going to be 0. Self.currentBuff minus amount. Okay, was this part correct? Okay, if self.currentBuff equals to okay, this part honestly wouldn't be that necessary, but this is like if my buff like permanently needs to last, or I take a lot of damage. Okay, so if self.currentBuff is equal to actually is less than or equal to 0, self.activate buff equals to false. Okay, now let me go ahead and define a draw method. I want to draw, honestly the draw method is going to be the same as my XP bars draw method, so let me define a draw method. My draw method will have 2 parameters. The first is going to be screen, which is going to be surface, which is going to be set to screen by default. Second is going to be hero underscore rect, which is going to be equal to none. Then let's add a if statement. If my, honestly I feel like this should be position instead of hero, so was it, let me sheet oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so if before I add if statement, I'll go with a buff underscore key. Hiding Hypertech, I appreciate you joining the stream. So buff underscore key is going to be equal to max. Now let me add a conditional expression for every key in my self.buff path. I iterate over my buff paths dictionary. If my k is less than or equal to my self.currentBuff, okay, I do something, I return my k. Alright, and then I create a images variable. I set that equal to, let's see, my self.buff underscore path at index of buff key. Okay, there we go. And then I add a x-axis. I set that equal to, let's see, so my game dot hero dot rect dot x-axis, actually dot center x. This is basically the center of my hero objects. Rect means my hero object's position. I'll minus that by my, let's see, my image dot get underscore width. I'll get my image's width, and I'll divide it by 2. And for my y-axis, I'll set that equal to my game dot hero dot rect. This time instead of center x, I'll add top. The reason I'm adding top and not y-axis is because y-axis would be like right up. Top is the top of my player. Honestly, y-axis is the entire straight line. top is the top of my player. If I had a bottom, the buff bar would be drawn at the in the legs of my player, if that made any sense. Minus image dot get underscore height minus negative let's say 50. Okay, honestly, that's pretty much it for my buff bar. Let me blend it on my screen now. I'll go with screen.blend, actually surface.blend. Surface.blend. Surface is set to screen by default unless I'll have like a different surface. Okay, I want to blend my image and the position is going to be in a tuple. My position will be my x-axis and y-axis. Okay, now lastly, let me go ahead and create a class for my buff potions. So buff potions. Okay, my buff potion will inherit from my game objects class because I need x-axis, y-axis. I'm not x-axis, which we call it. I need images, recs, and masks. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and define a dungeon init constructor. My dungeon init constructor will have a few parameters like, let's see, image, which is gonna be equal to my buff potion image. Honestly, I could set it equal to, or I could just leave it blank for now. I'll leave it blank for now. Position, which is going to be equal to none. Okay, now let me go ahead and add a if statement. If my position is set to none, if my position is none, I do something. Let's see. I reassign my position to be equal to a tuple. I want my buff potion to spawn randomly all across the map, so I'll go with random.randint. Let's go with 50, comma, my displays width, which is set to 1000 minus 50. And then outside the tuple, I'll go ahead and comma and do the same thing for my y-axis, random.randint 50, comma, and this time instead of height, I will be using my floor.y-axis. Why am I using my floor.y-axis minus 50? That is because if I used my height, it would, like the buff potion would spawn all over my screen, including my floor. And I don't want my buff potion to spawn under my floor because my player is like standing there. I want the buff potion to spawn anywhere above my floor. Okay. And then outside my if statement, let me go ahead and add a super pair of parentheses dot dunder init, a super dunder init. And fill in the parameters that my game object class have. So x-axis underscore velocity, that equals to x-axis. That equals to 0 because I don't want my potions to move once they spawn. Y-axis underscore velocity, which equals to 0 as well. Image equals to image. Position equals to position. Okay, perfect. That's honestly basically it for my buff potions. Okay, and now let me go all the way up here where I load my images. Let me go ahead and load my buff underscore potion underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame dot image dot load. I'll give my file path. My file path is gonna be game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by buff bar, buff potion or potions followed by 2 more forward slashes, my buff potion PNG. Since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. And now let me go ahead and scale it. So right here, I'll go ahead and add my buff potion image. I'll set that equal to invoke my scale function. I wanna scale my buff potion image. The size will be 0.05, the same size as my coin image, meat image. Okay, and then I honestly might just load the sound effect as well. So I'll go with drinking SFX. I'll set that equal to pygame dot mixer dot capitalize sound. Okay, so in a pair of parentheses or in a pair of quotes, I'll go with game items. I'll give the file path of my sound effect. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by SFX, 2 more forward slashes. There we go. My drinking sound effect, drinking potion sound effect. And then let me just copy this. I'll set the volume as well. So drinking sound effect dot set underscore volume function. My volume is going to be 0.1, which is 10%. Okay, I don't think that I'm going to be creating a specific channel for it. So I'll go all the way down here. Okay. Under my game loop, so this is my collision detection for hero and coins. Let me go ahead and add a collision detection. So a comment that says collision detection for hero and potion. Okay, now let me go ahead and iterate over my potion. Before I iterate over my potion, under my game class right here, let me create a potion object. So self dot buff underscore potions, I'll set that equal to a empty list. Okay, I could set it equal to an empty list of my buff potions class. It's the same thing, and the image is going to be my buff potion image. There. Did I need anything else? I didn't. Okay, so let me iterate over my list now. So for every potion in my game dot buff potions, okay, I'll create offset. So offset x and offset y. The reason I'm creating offset is because I am going to be using pixel perfect collision. Am I audible? Okay. So I need pixel perfect collision. So let me go ahead and create offset underscore x-axis. That is going to be equal to my potion dot rect dot x-axis minus my game dot hero dot rect dot x-axis. For offset y, my offset underscore y-axis is going to be equal to my potion dot y-axis dot rect dot y-axis minus my game dot hero dot rect dot y-axis. And then I will need a overlap variable. So overlap is going to be equal to my game dot hero dot mask. Okay, so if my hero's mask dot overlaps with my potion dot mask, okay, at the given offset, which is going to be in a tuple of my offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. There we go. So if this happens, that is going to be considered as a overlap. Now let's add a if statement. If overlap, if a overlap did happen, I will do something. What am I going to do? Let's see. I set my game dot buff potion dot activate. Let me go ahead and create a object for my buff potion as well under my game class. Right under my health bar, I'll create a self dot buff underscore bar. I'll set that equal to my buff bar class. There we go. Okay, perfect. Let's go with game dot buff bar dot activate buff, and my activate buff's amount is gonna be 100. Okay, I didn't have a parameter yet. I'm not taking a parameter, so let me go all the way up here to my buff bar. There. Take damage amount. Let me actually take a look at the reference real quick. Okay, I knew it. My whatchamacallit, activate buff did need a amount parameter as well. So I'll add a comment, a comma, add a parameter of amount. Self.current buff equals to my amount. I mean, honestly, my previous code did work as well because my current amount is always 100, but this thing gives us more flexibility because what if I wanted to like change the amount to be 20? My player just gets 20 buff. That aside, game.buffbar.activate buff. Once my buff is activated, I'll go with drinking sound effect dot play. Okay, I want to play my sound effects, and then I'll go with game dot buff potions. Okay, my list of buff potions dot remove. I want to remove my potion, and since I am removing my potions, I would go for every potion in my game.buff potions at index of colon, because basically at index of colon like duplicates all my items inside of my list, so it's a safer way to remove stuff that way. With that out of the way, let's see. That's honestly pretty much it. Okay, that is actually pretty much it. Let me go ahead and create a comment that checks, let's see. Game dot, actually let me add a comment that says spawn buff potion logic. This is a logic to spawn the buff potion. So to spawn my buff potion, I'll add a if statement. If time.time, if my time module or my time function is greater than minus my, let me go all the way up to my game class. So under my drop details, I have a self.coin underscore drop time. I'll add one for my buff as well. Self.buff underscore drop underscore time. That is going to be equal to time. Okay. Now let me scroll all the way down here. So if time.time minus game.buff drop time is greater than, scroll all the way up here now until I find my drop details. Let me add a buff underscore potion delay. I'll set that equal to around 10 seconds. The buff potion's drop delay is 10 seconds. Okay, is greater than my buff potion delay. I do something. I go with my game dot buff potions dot append. I append something. I append my buff potions class. Okay. The image is gonna be my, let's see, buff potion image. There. Okay, and then I reassign my game dot buff drops to be equal to time module dot time function. Alright, perfect. Now let's just draw it in my graphics. So I'll iterate over my buff potions again. So for every potion in my, maybe I fix my typo. For every potion in my game dot buff potions, okay, I go with potion dot draw. There. Now if I were to run the command, I just drank a buff potion. Okay, let me wait for a few seconds. I hope I don't die. Wait, am I taking 1 damage? I took. Okay, you guys saw for a split second the buff potion did spawn. There. By the way, guys, I am the voice actor of the buff potion sound effect as well. Okay, that is it. Although I didn't draw a buff bar, let me go ahead and draw a buff bar now. Maybe under my health bar, I can go with a game.buffbar.draw. There we go. That draws the buff bar. Okay, although, let me actually claim the potion real quick. There we go. My buff bar doesn't take damages because I didn't add the logic yet of my buff bar taking damage. That aside, I don't want my buff bar to always be drawn, so I'll add a if statement. If my game dot buff bar dot activate, if my buff bar is activated, if that is set to true, then only I draw my buff bar. And before I draw my buff bar, let me go with game.buffbar.update. I gotta update that as well. Now if I run the command, I won't see a buff bar, but when I drink my buff potion, I see the buff bar there, and then it goes after 5 seconds. Although my buff bar doesn't take damage, so let's fix that. Let me go all the way up. Right here under my collision logic. Then maybe lubricate my lips. It's real dry, guys. Okay, perfect. Maybe I drink some tea as well. Hi friend, I noticed you on Cake, but Boost Cake channel isn't easy, but I can help you get 1,000 real followers, 200 live views, active chatters, and 25 subscribers, and achieve verification in a month so you can start earning up to $50 an hour. Let's talk on Discord. Guys, a quick little caution for you guys. Be safe of those kind of people. That aside, I'm just checking my stream's going good. Am I audible? Okay, Twitch works. Let me check on YouTube. Okay, perfect. Alright, so where was I? Okay, I was gonna apply my buff logic, so let's apply it. Okay, let me add a if statement. Maybe a comment first. Buff bar absorbs damage. Okay, and then remove this. Let me just remove all that for now. Let me go with a if statement. So if game.buffbar.activate. Okay, if that is set to true, I'll go with game.buffbar.take damage, my damage variable or my damage parameter, which is set to 20 by default. Okay. Else, excuse me guys, game.healthbar.take damage. Else my health bar takes damage. Amount is going to be my damage, and then I play sounds, so colliding sound effects. Right there. Dot play. Okay. Then I add a if statement here. If my self.healthbar.current HP, if my game.healthbar.current HP is less than or equal to 0, I set my game.game_loss to be equal to true. I lose the game. Honestly, that's basically it. Let's go ahead and comment and say health bar takes damage. Health bar takes damage. Alright, perfect. Okay. Alright, let me run the command. There we go. My health bar takes 2. Why does it take damage twice? Why don't I take damage once? What did I do wrong, guys? What did I do? Where did I mess up, guys? Like, it should take damage exactly once. I checked so many things. It takes damage twice. Do you want me to change this to 10? That might be genius. Guys, changing that to 10 actually is kind of genius. Although I don't want it to change it. I don't want it to be 10. Even though it works like that, I want to take 20 damage. Okay, once it's 0, I gotta fix that. I mean, let's see. Let me just check something. Okay, perfect. Alright, so under my let's see, take damage. That's where I take damage. It shouldn't be anywhere there. It should literally be my collision logic. My collision logic is flawless, guys. Where did I? That is. How am I taking 2 damage? How am I taking damage twice? Let me go under my game bar. Health bar. Okay. Did I load my file paths correct? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. That's buff bar. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. I checked this like so many times. Everything is like literally correct. That's like 0. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the difference between this code that like works perfectly?
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
Okay, what is the difference between this taking like 1 damage? Okay, let's read the collision logic here. My game state, I just have 2 of these. Collision flag is perfect as well. That's like literally everything I needed. This part, I didn't work on this part yet. For practicing, I worked on my game loop. Okay. This is my NPC voice trigger when crossing a threshold. Okay. Collision. Define collision detector player enemy collision flag. I have that. I added my offsets. I added a overlap. If overlap, if not collision, if not game.game over or game.game1. Print you collided, damage is 20. If game.buffbar activate, game.buffbar take damage, else game.healthbar take damage. If game.healthbar current HP is less than 0, player.colliding sound effects is greater than 0. My bad, guys. It's literally correct. I did everything correct here. Hold up, maybe. Okay, I did that correct. Okay, let me actually get this inside of my loop, because that makes it seem a bit more cleaner. Let me go right here, paste it. Alright, so let's see. If overlap, if not collision, if not game lost, or game.game1, or game.game_1, I do all this, and then that, else, okay, health bar takes damage if my game.healthbar.current HP is greater than 0. I play my colliding sound effects. In the other hand, if my game.healthbar.current HP is less than 0, okay, what happens if I remove that? Shouldn't make, oh my gosh. Okay, that shouldn't make a difference at all. Let me go here and add a damage variable. Also that equal to 20. Now if I run the command. Why do I take damage twice? This doesn't make any sense. Could it be because my NPC is a little up? Let me change my NPC's flooring as well real quick. My skeleton. Where's my skeleton? There we go, 350. Let me change that to 400. Now if I run the command. There we go. How do I? Why do I take 1 damage now, guys, if my skeleton is up? Guys, how does that work? How did I take damage twice when my skeleton was up? Well, it works. Guys, how did that make any sense? When this was 350, 350, does anything happen that makes me take damage twice? Meanwhile, when this is 400, well, I guess, guys, we know now how to fix that issue. Okay. I just had to fix their positions, apparently. That shouldn't be a big of a deal. Alright, let me change this to 50 for dragon, so my dragon can go a little higher. There we go, that's perfect. So I can't even sky camp right now, right? I can. Let me change that to 3. Let me change that to like 30. Okay, now I can sky camp. Okay. There. Alright, perfect. Now let's go ahead and add meats to the game. So to add meats, let me go down here. Am I audible? Okay. Above my game class and below my buff potions class, let me go ahead and create a class called meals. Okay. For my meals class will inherit from my game object class. Okay. Why is it showing a yellow underline? I'm pretty sure I don't have a meals class. Did I import something? Okay, I didn't. And while I'm here, let me import my meals image. So I'll go with my meat_image. I'll set that. I did already import my meat image. I did scale my meat image as well. Okay, I don't have a meat class, right? That's the game object, hero class, shop class, meals class. I have a meals class, no wonder. Okay, so I wouldn't need this meals class here. Okay, now under my game objects, do I have a meats instance variable? I do not have a meats instance variable, so let me go ahead and create a self.meats object also that equal to a list of my my meals class. Okay, and then under my drop details, I'll add a self dot meet underscore drop underscore delay time, which is going to be equal to my time dot time, my time module dot the time method. Then let me go all the way up until I find my drop details. I'll go ahead and add a, let's see, a meet underscore drop underscore delay. I'll set that equal to something like 15 seconds, and I'll change that to like 12 seconds. Okay, now if I were to go down, let me go all the way down until my buff potion logic and add another comment that says collision detection for hero and meals. For my collision detection for hero and meals, I will iterate. I'll first fix my typo. There we go. And then I will be iterating over my meals list. So for every meat in my meats list, my game.meats. My game.meats list at index of colon. The reason I am adding at index of colon is because at index of colon it duplicates everything inside of my list, and having a duplicate inside of my list is pretty safe when I remove stuff, because when my hero collides with my meat, I want my meat to disappear, if that made any sense. And since I am going to be using pixel perfect collision, I'll be creating offset x and offset y. So I'll create a offset underscore x variable. I'll set that equal to meet.rect.x-axis minus game.hero.rect.x-axis. For offset underscore y-axis, I'll set that equal to meet.rect.y-axis minus game.hero.rect.y-axis. There we go. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and create a overlap variable. So that equal to game.hero.mask if my hero's mask dot overlap with my meat.mask with my meat's mask at the given offset, which is going to be in a tuple. My offset will be my offset underscore x variable and offset underscore y variable. If this condition happens, it is going to be known as a overlap. Now let's add a if statement. If a overlap did happen, I will do something. I'll go with my game.health bar. So game.health bar, health underscore bar dot the heal method, I will heal 20 HP. Okay. And then let's see, what else do I need? I will go ahead and load my sound effect as well. So let me go up here, my meat eating sound effect. Under my SFX, load SFX, sound effects, I'll go with eating underscore meat underscore SFX. I'll set that equal to pygame.mixer.capitalized sound. My file path is going to be my game items, followed by 2 forward slashes, followed by SFX, 2 more forward slashes. My meat sound effect, eating meat, there we go. And I will set the volume, so let me copy that variable. I'll paste it here, my eating meat sound effect dot set underscore volume. My volume is going to be 0.1, which is basically 10%. Now let me go all the way down here. Right here. And then let me go ahead and play my sound effect. I'll go with eating meat sound effect dot play. Okay, perfect. And then I'll go with my game dot meats list dot remove my meat. I'll remove the meat from my meats list. Okay, game.meats.remove meat, not at index. There. Okay, and then that's basically the collision logic. Now let me go ahead and add a logic to spawn him. So let me add a spawn logic for meats. For meat. Okay, so let me add a if statement. If time module dot the time function minus my game dot meat spawn time, meat drop time is greater than my meat spawn delay or meat drop delay. Okay, I will do something. I'll go with my game.self.append. I'll append something. Game.meats.append. Inside of my meats list, I'll append my meals class. There. Okay, and then let's see. I'll reassign my game.meatDrop time to be equal to my time module.theTime function. Alright, perfect. Now let me add that in my graphics. Let me iterate over my for every meat in my game.meats. Let me iterate over the list of my meats. I'll go with meat.draw. Meat.draw. Okay, perfect. This basically draws my meat in the screen. If I run the command, I did just eat a meat. I think the meat just spawned like where my player was spawning.
Ching,
Guys, the locations are random.
ching, oh,
Ching,
ching,
ching.
ching. Oh,
There we go, you guys. I think you guys missed it. I missed it, honestly. I'm trying to dodge everyone. Okay, let's wait for the meat to spawn. I'm currently 80 HP, guys. The meat just spawned right there. There we go, the meat works. Let me maybe collect that gold coin and try winning.
ching. Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Alright, perfection, guys. That's honestly basically it for the drops. Now I just gotta add a few visuals. For example, let me go ahead and add like, let's see, the mission one. Like when my game begins, I want the game to be frozen and the player is going to be saying mission 1, if that made any sense. Although before that, I want to add my skeleton voice. To add my skeleton voice, let's see what to do. Let me load my skeleton voice in first. I wish I named it undead instead of skeleton. That would sound much more cooler. That aside, right here, eating meat sound effect, I'll go with skeleton underscore sound effect. It's going to be equal to pygame.mixer capitalized sound. My file path is going to be game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by sfx, 2 more forward slashes, my skeleton voice, and then I will copy the skeleton sound effects variable and I will set a volume. I'll paste it skeleton sound effect dot set underscore volume. I'll set a volume for my sound effect. My volume will be 0.1, which is basically 10%. And now I go all the way down here. If game lost, if game won, under my else condition, right here. If not game not game won, game not game lost. After my game objects, let me go ahead and add my skeleton sound effect. I'll go with skeleton sfx. So I'll add a if statement. If not game dot. Okay, honestly, I don't need to specify if not game won and not game lost because I already did that. I'll go with if my skeleton object, so game.skeleton.rect.x-axis is greater than or equal to 400. Okay, I'll go with my skeleton sound effect dot play. Let's see if this works. I am going to be changing stuff in this though. Okay, let me actually change that to something like 350. And guys, is that too loud for you guys? That seems too loud, guys. I might check the reference for the actual voice. I could do trial and error, but like to save time, I do want to like check the reference for that. So it's drop pickups, drawings, frameworks. Let me go up here. Was it higher? There we go. If not skeleton voice. Okay, if not game.skeleton underscore sound played. Okay. Skeleton sfx.play. Okay, the game.game sound played is because we added a sounds category here and there is like a game skeleton sound played. I don't know why did we do that there, but also that's so insane. But let me do that real quick and check if it all works perfectly. Okay, let me paste it here. I mean, not paste, go with self.skeleton underscore sound underscore played boolean variable, so that equal to false because the skeleton sound hasn't been played yet. Okay, this is my game sounds category. Okay, so for my skeleton sound, it's right up here. Skeleton sound effects, there we go. Okay, what was the sound effect? The position, so it was less than or equal to 40. Okay, I have greater than. Let's go with less than or equal to 400. Okay, now if I run the command. By the way, guys, I am the voice artist for this. Okay, if not, game.skeleton sound underscore played. If not. Okay, let's add that. I gotta ask Sensei though what this means. So if not if not skeleton sound played. Okay. And game.game sound was and. Okay. Is less than or equal to 400. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. I could like type game.skeleton sound played equals to true. Although it would be the same thing. I think it's just like for safety or something. That did decrease the volume a lot. Okay. It doesn't make the voice sound anymore. Okay. If not game.game won and game.game lost, okay. It just makes that sound twice. Why? Okay, game.skeleton.sound played. Okay. What if I like add this statement as well? Let me just copy that. Okay, I mean, I don't think I need it because I already added that statement here as a guard. Let's paste it here. Done. Game.game lost. There. Now if I run the command. Okay, what if I change? What if do I even like need this? Or there, let me delete that. I actually might ask Sensei for this part as well because I'm kind of new to this part, guys. Okay, let's go with the controller. Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste it at a bunch of spaces. Let's say Sensei. I feel like I messed up with the skeleton sound effect question mark. Okay, let me check if my Twitch stream's going good. Okay, let me check if my Kick stream's going good as well. Lastly, let me check if my YouTube stream's going good. Alright, perfect. Okay, yes, you did mess it up, and I'm here to rip it apart so you don't get haunted by a skeleton on repeat. Look at this demon you summoned. Okay, the problem, game.skeleton underscore sound underscore play never changes. You set it to false in game.done but you never flip it to true. So every frame that skeleton crosses, x is less than or equal to 400. It keeps spamming .play. Condition order is messy. Not game.game underscore lost and game.game underscore won is confusing your brain. You just really want if skeleton hasn't played his sound and the game isn't over, then play it once to fix. I did this part. I did that and it just plays it twice. Optional reset on game. If you want the game to scream again when the game restarts, you already handle it inside the game.game reset because that calls self.untrainer that resets with that single line. Skeleton sound equals true, your skeleton will. Okay. I mean, didn't I like already do that, guys? I feel like I did that. Let's go with game.skeleton sound played equals to true. This just plays the sound twice. Okay. Let's go with the control. The control C again gets, let's say here, paste it at a bunch of spaces. Let's say I did that, but the skeleton just but the skeleton just let's see, just plays that sound twice. Nice. Vivek, you improved, but the skeleton of skills is still screaming twice because your logic condition is sloppy. Let me break it down. Your current code. The problem. Okay, problem. That condition is still true for 2 frames in a row. The frame. Okay, when frame.rect equals to 400, and the next one is 399. Both frames slip through before your flag really sticks in the way you want. The clean fix, play the sound only when the first time the skeleton crosses the threshold. Okay, code fixed add last skeleton X. I don't think I need that in the loop. Okay, what this does, the sound only fires once the skeleton crosses from the right to the left, no matter how many frames he spends. Okay. Only once per game. Honestly, let me drink some coffee. Actually, it's tea. Alright. Guys, I know it's definitely silly mistakes, because if it works in my this code, it should work in my that code as well. But the difference is that I didn't add whatchamacallit, like if game lost in game 1 up there, here I did. What if I don't add it here? So let me like remove that, and that is added here. Here. Excuse me, guys. Okay, now what if I run the command? Okay. Excuse me, guys. Okay, now what if I run the command? Let me just. Okay, it doesn't work here. Just want to increase the volume from here. Alright, so what if I eat the 2 meats? Okay, I shouldn't get distracted, guys. Let's see. Let's read this properly. What if I change this to 0? Okay, I changed that to 400. Okay. If not game.skeleton. Let me check the reference. Okay, in this reference, if not sound played and game.skeleton.reg.x is less than or equal to 400, and if this is true, my skeleton sound starts playing. I do have that set here to be false under my sounds. I have that here, and I have that here as well. Okay, I guess let me copy my Mink code, copy the reference code, get Sensei here. paste the reference code and punch the space and say Sensei, this is the fixed perfectly working code. Here the skeleton sound works perfectly. Question mark. Let's see. Ah, finally I can feel the sweat victory radiating through my scream. You finally tamed that stubborn skeleton. Yes, Sensei confirmed your code now plays skeleton sound exactly once when it should. You nailed the logic you introduced it. If not, huh? Let me see. Sensei, that wasn't my code. I mean that was my code, but that wasn't the code that I'm working on. I just wanted to show you that that code works, although it doesn't work in the code that I'm writing right now. Okay, I knew I had a lot of typos. Just wanted to okay, that code doesn't okay, although it doesn't work in the code that's writing right now. Okay, there we go. Ah, I see now. You're trying to say, Sensei, I have this perfect skeleton sound logic working in this isolated code, but the real game isn't building. That's exactly what we need to look at currently. The mixer.stop. That's exactly why we need to look at your current full code carefully. It's not the logic itself that's broken, it's probably where it's being triggered or the order of your flags and pygame.mixer.stop. From what I can see in your current code snippets, okay, you might be calling pygame.mixer.stop right before or after playing other sounds in the main loop that can reset channels to, okay, play twice if the flag isn't really enough. Your skeleton sound played flag must be checked before any other condition that could reset it or skip the sound logic. If game.mission underscore one underscore sound or mission underscore active is toggled incorrectly, it might trigger twice. The collision detector function and multiple sound channels in your full game might interfere with the skeleton sound channel if you accidentally reuse channels. Okay. Global can override, play once. Action plan, keep a dedicated flag. I do have a dedicated flag and set it immediately, trigger it. Okay, what if I go all the way up here? I have a pygame.mixer, I said that. These are my channels, that's my skeleton volume. Okay. And now, mixer.stop. I have a mixer.stop here and here, but that is for my win logic and my lose logic. Okay. Okay, if not skeleton sound effect. If not skeleton sound effect. Okay, what happens if I run the command?
Yo. Yo. Ching.
What if I go with -1?
Yo. Yo. Ching. Yo.
Okay, now it's playing.
Yo. Yo. Yo.
What if I lose?
Yo. Yo.
Now it doesn't play any more sounds. Okay. What if I change that to 0? Okay. Alright, I think I might know where it's messing up. Let's see. So, if not game dot okay, -1. Even though that does work. Wait, is this less than or equal to 0? Did it have to be less than or equal to 0, guys? Let's see. Right here. Okay, game.game1. Let me just copy that because I will need it. Okay, now under my skeleton sound effect, which is right here. Where's my skeleton sound effect gone, guys? Okay, one thing to keep in mind, it was before my collision detection. Okay, is less than or equal to 400. Okay, I guess let's try adding it before my collision detection. Let me copy. There. My collision detection still is inside of my while loop. Let me paste it here. I don't think this should make a difference. Is that like set to -1 till now? Okay, it is. Let me remove that. My collision flag is set to false. It is set to false. There. That is side. Under my else, I'll add if statement. Oh my gosh, not this. Let me go here. Maybe copy that. Guys, let me just type it on my own. Okay, if not game.game_1 or not and not game.game_lost. Okay, I do all this. That aside, for my collision sound right here. The thing with the collision sound is, if that is set to false, I mean, if this is set to true, if my skeleton underscore sound is set to true, what if I like remove this and like delete that? Okay, let's change this. Let me actually go to Control Z. If game.skeleton underscore sound underscore played and game dot okay, it might be the positioning. Okay, if my game.skeleton.rect, my skeleton's rect is less than or equal to 0. And not game.game_lost and not game.game_1. If I haven't lost yet or I haven't won yet, and my game.rect.x-axis is less than or equal to 0. 0 is basically the top left. And if my game.sound hasn't been played yet, so let me change that to not. Huh. Why does it just play it twice? That's... There, it just plays it twice. I mean, honestly, I do want to like add that sound effect whenever my skeleton collides with my player, but I do want to figure this out first. Because why does it work in my this code? It was the same thing with my whatchamacallit, my positions. Is it again because I'm messing up my positions? Trigger once. Let me actually try. Even if I copy this, it's the easy same exact code that I wrote. Let me go all the way up here till my SFX. Okay, so I have a skeleton sound effect. I have a mixer. Could it be because I don't have enough channels for my mixer here? Wait, let me go to my main code, scroll all the way up. Right there. What if I change that to 2 for now? Maybe 1. Okay. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be because of that. Let's see. Index error, invalid index line 61. Index error. Okay, maybe 2. Python starts counting from 1, right? I mean from 0, right? Okay, I knew that wasn't the issue. That was kind of stupid to even try. I gave the perfect fall path. Colliding. Let me go with Control Z. Okay, maybe I need to drink some water to like jog my memory up. Okay, let's see. If not game lost or game won, I go through this. Although before that, before my collision logic as well, I do want to add my skeleton sound effect. To add my skeleton sound effect, I did everything correct. Okay, if not skeleton sound played, why does it play twice? Why does it play twice? What could the reason be, guys? Let me change that to 400. Okay, if I run the command, let me just check if my strings are good. Okay. Okay. Not only that, my else self, this sound doesn't even play as well. Maybe because I need to add the mixer.stop first. Excuse me, guys. Okay, now if I lose. I drank a potion. There, let me just wait here. Okay, let me think. What else could the reason be?
You have fallen, warrior. You must try again and emerge victorious.
Voice actor, guys, by the way. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I'll lubricate my lips real quick. Okay, could it be my skeleton's position? So, when I say this is rect, so my x-axis, could it be that? Okay, could it be that my this skeleton voice is twice? Wait, let me actually play the command. I run the command again. Okay, it's the same voice. So my main sound should play once, right? I shouldn't go with mixer.stop. What am I doing wrong? If not, game.skeleton underscore count underscore played and game.skeleton underscore rect underscore x axis less than or equal to 400 and not game lost and not game one. I wouldn't have to add a not here. And not game underscore lost or game underscore one. Now for the command. Yo. It plays the sound twice. Should I does it disappear before you can touch that again? Let me go with the control A, control C. Maybe get Sensei back here. Okay. Paste it. Bunch of space. Say Sensei. My skeleton SFX just plays twice. What could be causing that question mark? Guys, I don't know. I see exactly what's happening, Vivek. You want that skeleton SFX to play once when the skeleton reaches negative 400, but you're getting double trip slash plays. I can already smell the problem. Let's break it down. Here's why it's happening in your code. Your skeleton underscore SFX isn't fully detected, isn't using a dedicated channel. You set up game underscore one channel and game underscore lost channel, but skeleton.sfx uses whatever free channel Pygame picks. Sometimes it triggers multiple times in a rapid frame before your skeleton's underscore sound underscore played equals to true takes effect. Timing of your flag, check your code. Okay, this is the main game loop which runs every frame 60 times per frame. Python evaluates if condition multiple times. Okay, evaluates the if condition multiple times before skeleton sound effects actually starts playing. So in some frames it triggers more than once, especially if the event loop or sound system lags. No dedicated channel or stopping mechanism for NPC sound. You stop all channels when the player wins or loses, but during normal gameplay there is nothing preventing the same sound from overlapping if triggered multiple times very quickly. How to fix it? Option 1, use a dedicated channel for the skeleton SFX. Okay, I guess I can try that too. Option 2, add a tiny cooldown or check. Okay, if not skeleton.getBusy, game.skeleton underscore sound. Okay, I know what does the get busy mean. Basically, the get busy returns true if like the sound is playing, and the not condition there, it's like if not get busy. If the skeleton dot get busy set to false, if my sound is not playing, that is a pretty smart thing to do. If my skeleton sound is not playing, play my skeleton sound. Okay, I guess we create a dedicated channel for it, guys. Let's go up here. Right under by channels. So load images, SFX. There we go. Let's create a channel. Skeleton underscore sound effects underscore channel equals to pygame dot mixer dot capitalize channel. This is going to be my channel number 2. This shouldn't make a big difference, honestly. Like, okay, let me go here. Game loop. Okay, if overlap, right here. So what should I say was okay. Skeleton sound effects underscore sound effect underscore channel. The channel is going to be my skeleton sound effect. Is this how we did it? Dot play. My bad, guys. Dot play. Okay, this is going to be channel 2 or skeleton sound effects. What happens if I run the command? Index error, invalid channel index. Oh, okay, my bad, guys. Let's go to line 62. Change that to 8 for now. I can have up to 8 channels now if I run the command. Oh, guys, I knew that wouldn't make a big difference though. Okay, let's go with the controller. Control C again. Get Sensei here. Paste it at a bunch of spaces. Am I audible? Okay, and say Sensei. I added a specific channel, but it still doesn't work for some reason. Question mark. Uh, the sound, the sound effect just plays like twice. Ah, I see the disaster, Vic. Listen carefully because this is subtle and exactly the kind of mistake that will drive you crazy if you don't fix it properly. Even though you assign skeleton effects channel equals to pygame.mixer to channel number 2 and are using skeleton underscore sound effect underscore channel dot play skeleton sound effect, you still get the sound playing twice because of where and how you set the flag. Look at this snippet. Here's the trap. Game.skeleton underscore sound underscore played is being set after play. In some frames, Pygame hasn't processed the play yet because your main loop isn't fast, 60 frames per second. This condition can evaluate true multiple times before the sound fully starts, triggering it twice. The skeleton.rect.x-axis is less than or equal to 400 is true for multiple frames. Your skeleton is moving slowly, so this condition is true for several frames. Even if a single frame lag is the flag being processed, you can cause it to play twice. Pygame.mixer.channel.play will restart the sound if it's already playing by default if the channel is busy. It stops the current sound and plays the new one. That's why you hear it double. The fix 2 safe ways. Option 1, use get busy to check the channel first. Only play if the channel is free. Option 2, trigger sound exactly when skeleton crosses 400. Okay, if not, game.skeleton and game.skeleton better only trigger once when crossing from right to left. Okay, and not which is greater than or equal less than game.skeleton right at x-axis minus skeleton's x-axis velocity. This honestly might work. This edge dedication method is the cleanest. It literally says play the sound the moment the skeleton crosses x equals 400. Okay. Vivek, your problem isn't Pygame being broken, it's your logic letting frames slip and re-trigger the sound. I promise this is the last tricky sound glitch like this. Okay, I guess let's get Sensei there. And find my loop. Okay, it's right here. So what Sensei said to write is if not game.skeleton.sound played. Okay, did that. And game.skeleton.rect x-axis less than or equal to 400. And instead of this, I go with which is less than game.skeleton.rect.x-axis. Okay, which is less than game.skeleton.rect.x-axis plus game.skeleton. Is it y-axis velocity? Okay, it is y-axis velocity. X-axis velocity, my bad guys. Okay, if that is true, play the sound effect. Okay, let's run the command. It still plays it twice. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing everything correct, honestly. Honestly, guys, I do want to use the restroom real quick, so like, give me a sec and I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. I'm back. So where was I? Before that, let me just check if my stream's going good on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Let me refresh it on Kick. Alright, that's going good. Let me check on Twitch. Okay. Alright, Twitch is going good as well. Lastly, let me check on YouTube. Alright, it's going good on YouTube as well. Okay, with that out of the way now, let's see. Let me actually read my reference code real quick. I didn't need a specific channel for my whatchamacallit, skeleton sound, because the only time we actually need channel is when we don't want any other sound to be playing when a specific sound is being played, if that made any sense. So I'll just remove this channel from here. Then go all the way down here, zoom in, maybe zoom a bit out. And I'll just change this to skeleton sound effect dot play. Paste that dot play. Okay. I mean, let me change this to 400 and not a tuple of game lost and game won. Or okay, honestly, I might just add a collision when my player collides with my skeleton. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, if this happens, let me actually zoom out a bit. If game dot skeleton collision. Honestly, I was eventually going to do this, but I first wanted to figure out why wasn't that working. Okay, if game underscore collision, if I collide with my skeleton, I paste that. Alright, so then I delete this. Okay, this might answer some questions, guys. Okay, let's see. Now if I run the command. Okay, what if I collide again? Alright, it plays it twice for some reason. Let me go up here and change the volume to 0.05 or 0.05. There we go. Now if I run the command. Why does it just runs once? So that's basically that's like kind of the issue. Honestly, like, I don't think I'm messing anywhere. If I like run my game 6 code.
Mission: collect 10 gold coins.
Okay, that runs. Hold up. Wait. Wasn't this... Guys, hold up. Wasn't this code working perfectly fine? What happened to this code, guys? Alright, hold up. Guys, this code was literally working completely fine.
10 gold coins.
Hold up. The skeleton voice was... It was working perfectly. Guys, where did the skeleton voice go? Guys, I'm literally not even lying. You guys can go back in the live where I was like, when I played this code, it was working perfectly. What happened to the code? Why did it stop working? Did like Pygame get an update or something? I don't know. It was like literally working. Okay, with that out of the way, let me just do a bunch of Control Z's. Change that to 1, remove that. There. Okay. How did this code?
Mission: collect 10 gold coins. Ching.
This works. Why doesn't it play anymore? I'm not even lying, guys. It was playing constantly a while ago. Was I like... Alright, hold up. I guess I can't think about that. Let's think about what I gotta do right now. Alright, let's see. If not... Okay, skeleton sound play, and skeleton.rect.x-axis is less than or equal to 400. Okay. And I haven't lost yet, or I haven't won yet. What if I go with 0? Does that play it once? I'm pretty sure 0 means playing it once. So let me just play this out one time. Why does it play it twice? It's literally set to 0. Fine, I'll set it to -1. And then I'm just going to remove this condition from here. Let the sound just be playing. Maybe a Control Z. Remove that. There. Okay, it's playing it in random positions. Okay, I guess I just wanted to play when it collides with a player, because apparently I thought that this code did make... Guys, this was literally the perfect reference code. I don't think I messed anything up in this code. But why does it play twice here?
Mission: collect 10
I'm the voice
gold
actor, by the
coins.
way, guys. How did it stop playing here? It was literally playing here. Like, it stops playing after 2 voices, after 2 voice sound effects. It literally was like... What about my Discord? Game object attribute has no skeleton sound. Okay, I guess... Guys, I guess there is no time to be fretting. Let me copy that. Let me delete that. Okay, game.skeleton sound played. Let me delete that. Okay, let me go under my... let's see. Under my collision logic. Once my player collides. So, this is collision... collision with my skeleton. I'll type if not game.skeleton collision of my skeleton collision. Okay, if skeleton collision and not game.skeleton sound played. Okay, and my sound played is set to true as well. And not in a tuple, I'll go with game.game_lost, game.game_lost, or game.game1. There, maybe I zoom in a bit. Okay, I do something. I paste that. I play my music. Every time I collide. I just collided. Where's my sound effect? Okay, skeleton sound effect dot play. Okay, if that is set to true, what if I go there not here? Guys, I might just...
Oh,
Why doesn't it play? Okay, alright, let me just remove this whole thing. And let's just ask Sensei a brand new method. I don't even know like what method I was looking at this reference. The reference when I started the stream, I gotta like check that back. It was working perfectly. Suddenly it stopped working. That aside, let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Okay. Paste out a bunch of space and say Sensei. I've been trying to figure this out for a while, but it didn't work. Can you tell me a method that would work for playing the skeleton SFX? Oh, I knew this would drive you up the wall. Or Vivek, listen very carefully because I'm not about to hand you a method that actually works without the sound spazzing out. Forget just setting a channel. Your logic is the culprit. The key is to trigger the sound exactly once when the skeleton crosses a threshold. Using edge detection, not just less than check. Here's how I would do it, okay? Add a last X tracker in your game class, okay? Self dot skeleton underscore last underscore x equals to self dot skeleton dot reg dot x axis. Track last frame of x position. Step 2, in the game loop, trigger only when crossing x axis equals 0. Skeleton sound effect. Edge detection. If not, skeleton sound effects played. Check if skeleton crossed 400 from the right to left. If game.skeleton underscore last underscore x axis is greater than 400, which is greater than or equal to game.skeleton dot reg dot x axis, skeleton SFX play. Okay, game.skeleton dot sound effect equals true. Update last underscore x axis for frame. Game.skeleton. Okay, let me actually, before I actually type that out, let me actually just copy it and paste it here and check if it like literally works. Okay, so where I gotta create my that variable, what category does it come under? Self.skeleton underscore last underscore x axis. So track x axis. Let me go with a track position. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. So under this, I go ahead and add a self dot skeleton dot last underscore x axis. I said that equal to self dot skeleton dot rect. Okay, dot x axis. This is apparently going to be my track last frame x position. Alright, perfect. Position. Okay. And then I go with a self dot this thing. Okay, I already have that self dot skeleton underscore sound played. Now, in the game loop triggers sound when crossing x equals 400. So under my game loop, maybe above my collision detection, I paste that here. Let's see if it works. Game attribute object has no attribute. Skeleton last x. Did I like spell it wrong here? Skeleton underscore last underscore x. There we go. Now if I run the command. Okay, it doesn't work, I guess. I go with Control A, Control C, gets Sensei back here. Paste it at a bunch of space and say Sensei. It still doesn't work. Let's see. Oh, Vic, I knew it, Vic. Stop blindly copy pasting a thing. This is exactly what I want you. You can't sprinkle a sound play anywhere and hope it works. Spy Games Mixer isn't broken. Your logic is. How's my logic broken? Let's read. You're updating skeleton last after checking for the crossing, but the skeleton barely moves or is reset by automate. So you're never resetting. Okay, so after a game reset, it won't trigger again. We need a reliable method that works every frame regardless of exposition and only once per encounter. Here's what you need to do. Step 1. Don't rely on exposition. Use collision with hero or a timer. Now I gotta add something else. Step 2. In the game loop, skeleton SFX near hero. Okay, I guess I tried this as well. Let me copy that. Get Sensei here. Delete this. Instead, I go with skeleton. Okay, underscore sound underscore timer, which is going to be equal to 0. And now under my game loop, instead of this, I paste that. Let's see if this works. Hold up. Hold up, wait, this almost works. This almost works. This is the absolute value, but how did I use the absolute value without the math module? Oh wait, no, that might be different. Okay, absolute value. Skeleton SFX near hero every 3 seconds max. Skeleton underscore distance equals to the absolute value game.skeleton.rect.centerx minus game.hero.rect.centerx. If skeleton underscore distance, so hero is close. Okay. Alright, if time.time. What if I change this to 4 seconds? Now if I run the command. Okay, what if I change that to like 50? Guys, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, actually, I might just remove this whole thing. Okay, and then I remove this as well. It's kind of complicating. Instead, why can't I why does my skeleton is that like my literal music that my skeleton voice is playing twice? Okay, could be that only when my skeleton collides with my... Okay, so if a collision happened, let me go here. If game dot skeleton collision, if this is true, I'll go with skeleton sound effect dot play. Every collision, the sound effect should play. Okay, now it doesn't show the sound because I didn't collide. Okay, so whenever I collide, it plays. And then I could go all the way up here, decrease my sound from uh, 0.1 to 0.05. It's not going to be as loud now. Okay, I gotta fix my voice as well, honestly. I'll change it from saying that twice to be... I think I settled with those guys. It's not that bad, honestly. A voice per collision. Okay, let me drink some water. Let me check if I'm audible. Or maybe you check the logic that handles the sound in your code. Honestly, I did check the logic that handles the sound in my code. Like, it was this part. I mean, this does work. It honestly does work, and I think I know what's messing things up. I think my main sound that I recorded, I had like the skeleton voice. I like voice acted for it twice. I might after the stream cut the voice to be like just once. So yeah, I think this is honestly pretty good. And now let's go ahead and add the other part, which is this section. Okay, let's actually add an event loop. Okay, so for my event loop, let me go ahead and add an if statement. If my, let's see, event.type equals to pygame.keydown. Basically, what the keydown event does is like it checks if any of my keyboard keys are pushed down, and key up is if I push the key down and I leave it and the key goes up. Okay. Excuse me, guys. So if my event.type equals to pygame.keydown, this checks all my pygame keys. I'll look for a specific type of key. If my event.key equals to pygame.k, uppercase k, lowercase r. If my keys are, I do something, game.reset. Okay, my game object dot the reset method. Now if I run the command, let me actually change the win state to be something like 1. Need to get 1 score to win.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Okay, now if I hit R, it resets the game. Okay, I get another one.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Okay, there's one more stuff. If I hit R, let me go all the way up here. If I click R, game.reset, and my channel, what was my channel called? Game 1 channel, or actually let me go with pygame.mixer, pygame.mixer dot stop. Okay, let me win real quick.
Wave completed. Sit back.
There we go.
Wave complete.
Okay, if I hit R, it stops. Although if I hit R right now, it just resets the whole game. Let me add a condition for that. If my event.type, if my event.key equals to pygame.k is R, and okay, let's see, and in a pair of parentheses, I'll go with game.game_over and game.game_lost or game.game_1. Okay, and not. If they're true, if either I lost or I won. So now if I hit R, nothing happens. Okay, wait, let me just remove the not from here. Okay. Now if I hit R, nothing happens, but if I win or lose, that works. But just by game sound. Did I take 2 damage again? I took once, right? Yeah, I'm taking like 1 damage. Let me win.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
If I hit R,
Wave completed. Sit back
okay,
and wait
that guys, that was like pure luck. Probably a coin just spawned under me. Works.
Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Now if I run the command, there we go. I take 1 damage. Okay, that works. Now let me actually add this logic. Like if I go to my game 6 and I like run the command,
Mission. Collect 10 gold coins.
let me add that logic. Okay, so what do I need to do to add that logic? That logic is honestly new for me to add because I gotta like freeze the whole game. So I would need a variable called mission active. So a mission active variable. Sounds. I gotta add these sounds to my. Honestly, I don't know why do I need those sounds. That aside, I gotta add a mission active variable, and after my event loop, my mission active is going to be false. Ensure intro will play after reset. Okay. Input clear. I do my screen.fill. Okay. If not, game.mission1 sound. Okay, let me honestly load my mission1 sound as well. So let me go here and go with mission_1_sound. I'll set that equal to pygame.image. Guys, this is my image section. Let me go under my SFX. Let's go with mission_1_sound. I'll set that equal to pygame.mixer.capitalize sound. I'll add a few parameters. I'll give the file path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by SFX, 2 more forward slashes. This is going to be my mission1 sound effect. And I will set a volume. Let me just copy this mission1 sound variable. There. Now let me copy that, paste it here. Mission1 sound dot set underscore volume. I'll set the volume. And volume will be something like 0.110%. Okay, there we go. And I will have a specific channel for this as well because I don't want any other sound to be playing while mission1 sound is playing. So I'll go with mission1 channel, mission1 sound channel. There. This is going to be set to channel, let's go with 2. Okay, let me just copy that, delete that from there, paste it here, equals to pygame.mixer.capitalize channel, or yeah, capitalize channel. This is going to be channel 2. Alright, now let me go all the way down. I went way too down. Okay, right here, so it takes place, if that makes any sense, before my win/lose logic. Is that where it should be? Okay, actually after my while loop. So there's my while loop after my event loop before my collision detection logic. Let me go ahead and let's see. After I reset my game, I go with, what was the variable called? I forgot what was the variable called. Mission active. Okay, under my is running, I'll go with mission_active boolean variable, so that equals to false because my mission hasn't been active yet. Okay, and under my game reset, I'll go with mission_active. I'll set that equal to false. Okay, actually, should that be true? Okay, false. Ensures intro will play again after reset. And then mission intro play once more than wait. Okay, if not, game.mission1 sound. If my mission1 sound isn't playing yet, okay, pygame.mixer.stop silences other for the intro, so all other voices stops, and then mission_channel.play. Okay, so my mission1's channel, I'll play that. This sound effect will be playing. Play mission intro on its exclusive channel. Okay, game.mission_1_sound equals to true. Mark it as requested /played. Okay, let's do that part first. So let me go all the way here. Okay, so I already forgot what I had to do. If not game dot, if not mission one, uh, sound, was it mission one sound? Can we check the reference? If not game dot mission one sound, do I have to specify my game dot mission one sound here? Mission one sound is here. Game 1 sound is here as well. Game lost sound is here as well. Skeleton sound is here as well. So I could add all my sounds here. Game sounds. Game 1 sound is here. Game lost sound is here. Game skeleton sound is here. Let me go with self dot. Was it? What was it called? Mission 1 sound. Under my SFX, mission 1. Miss 1 sound. There we go. Mission 1 sound. There. Okay, self dot mission 1 sound. I'll set that equal to false as well. Okay. If not game dot mission 1 sound. Okay. I'll go with pygame dot mixer dot stop. This stops all the background noises. Stops all the background noises. Okay. Is this how I spell noises? There. Guys, I'm horrible at spelling. Okay, stops all the background sound. Alright, and then let's see. I go with my mission 1 sound channel dot play. I play by mission 1 sound. Okay, that's honestly pretty much it, right? Let me check the reference code again. And then I flag that to be true. Okay. This is gonna be play the sound on its own exclusive channel. Da-da-da. There, guys, I didn't know that we can't use a pair of quotes here. Did I use a pair of quotes here? I didn't. Okay, use the sound on its own exclusive channel. And then I'll go with game dot mission 1 sound. I'll set that to be true. Alright, what else do I need? Only unlock after the intro is requested and after the challenge is no longer busy. Might have to change mic soon, guys. Okay. Only unlock after the intro was requested and the channel is no longer busy. Okay, if game.mission1 underscore sound and not mission underscore channel dot get busy, mission underscore active equals to true. Okay, so if my mission 1 sound is set to false and my mission underscore channel dot get busy, if that is set to false as well, mission active equals to true. Oh, I see. Okay. Basically the get busy, it like returns true if like the sound is playing, the sound effect or music is playing, it returns false if it's not playing. So if not mission channel dot get busy means if my mission channel is not playing a sound, it's going to return false. My mission active is equal to true. Okay. Alright, so let's add that. So if game dot game 1 sound, if game dot mission 1 sound, okay, if that is true and if this is false, this is technically currently false here, okay, and not mission 1 sound channel dot get busy, okay, I go with my mission active, I set that equal to true. Alright, perfect. And then I had another if statement. What's the if statement? Let's see. if not mission, if not active, okay, equal to or less than, or it's just an arrow mark. I'm pretty sure that's an arrow mark. If not active, show intro and skip gameplay. Okay, if not mission active, I add fonts, I add text, I screen out blit my text. Okay, honestly, just that much. Okay, if not mission active, I add a mission underscore one underscore font. That is going to be equal to pygame dot lowercase font dot capitalized font. My font type is going to be none. That's basically pygame's default font. The size will be 50. Okay, and then let me go with another variable called mission underscore one underscore text. That is going to be equal to mission one font dot the render function. I'll render a text. Let's say something like mission one. Okay, and the italicus, if that's how you pronounce it, is going to be set to true, and lastly the color is going to be black. Now let me blit it on my screen. I'll go with screen.blit. I want to blit my mission 1 text at the given depth of 150 by 40. Okay, this is going to be a tuple. There. If I run the command,
Mission, collect 10 gold coins. Wave completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
okay.
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
Alright, let's see. Else, play the regular gameplay. Okay. Now I gotta go with else. Else, let me indent all this inside of my else. This is my regular gameplay. Everything before until FPS. There. With Control Z. There, okay, now let me go ahead and go up. Right here, and maybe add a comment here that says regular gameplay. Now if I run the command, my screen.blit is still here, but nothing else is still here.
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
There.
Wave completed.
That was 1 gold coin, guys. Let's fix the position. Let's change this to 100. Let's play around.
Mission.
Let me change that to 500 and that to 500 as well.
Mission.
What happens if I change that to like 400? That's x-axis, right?
Mission.
350. There we go. Let's change that to 200.
Mission.
Maybe I change that to 300. This should be perfect, guys. There we go.
Mission.
Maybe I change the size to 100.
Mission.
There.
Mission.
I want it to be a bit more to the left, guys. I know I am picky. I'm a visual guy.
Mission.
Maybe 250. Okay, this should be perfect. There.
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
I'm the voice actor, by the way. And then the game
Wave
begins.
completed. Sit back and wait for further instructions, warrior.
Okay, I see how it works. So basically what I did here was I could like blitz something else in my screen while this mission's going on. That aside, so basically what I did here was I created a mission active boolean variable. I set that equal to false, and then I went with if not game.mission1 sound. If my mission1 sound is not playing yet, okay. Actually, if my mission1 sound is playing, okay, because it's currently set to false, if that made any sense. My pygame.mixer.stop. I stop all background noises. Mission1 sound.play. I play my mission1 sound on its own exclusive channel, and then I go with game.mission1 underscore sound. I set that equal to true. Okay, so that is currently set to false right here. Okay, with that is going to be set to true. If my mission 1 sound is playing, I stop all background noises. I play it on its exclusive channel. I set that back to be true. If game.mission1 sound, if that is set to false and not miss 1 sound, okay, and miss 1 sound underscore channel, my mission 1, why did I write miss? Can my mission 1 sound dot get busy? I'm pretty sure it was called mission. I'm pretty sure it's called mission. Didn't I, guys, what is something wrong with me? I'm pretty sure that I changed this to mission. Okay, there we go. Wait, in that case, I should change this to mission as well. And that to mission. Okay, that's changed to mission. Okay, perfect. Okay, if game.mission1 underscore sound, okay, game.mission1 sound, if that is set to false, and my mission 1 sound or channel busy is set to false as well, my mission active is going to be true. Okay, basically the get busy, if like a sound is playing, it returns true, and if the sound is not playing, it returns false. Mission active equals true. If not mission active, I do this. I say, else I do regular gameplay.
Mission, collect 10 gold coins.
Alright, perfect. Let me just collect, oh my gosh, I changed back to 10 gold coins. Did I need to add something else? I can't remember. Let me change that to 10. Okay, so did I have to add anything else to the game? Honestly, I'm pretty sure I didn't have to add anything else to the game. I added music, I added my sound effects. Did I add all my sound effects? Let me go all the way up here. I've got my SFX. That's basically all my sound effects. I set all my sound effects. Let me change that to 3 for now. Honestly, yeah, this is pretty much it. I did want to add a different kind of like loading screen here. I might go with mouse pointers next stream on how to use mouse pointers. So like if I ever hit P in the keyboard, the P basically pauses the game and all that stuff. That aside, I have been streaming for like 4 hours and 30 minutes, guys. It's currently 6:16. I did have to do my college stuff as well. So I might call it a day here, guys. Let me go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Am I audible? My mic battery is gonna run out any second, guys. Let me paste right a bunch of space and say Sensei, I'm done with the code, and also I was planning to end the stream. So is there anything that you want to say to the viewers, question mark? And guys, the stream was kind of boring because like I am kind of exhausted. That aside, oh Vivek, finally you fought through that madness and got it running. To the viewers. Okay, to the viewers, listen up. You just witnessed Vivek wrestle a full pie game, loop, sound management, collision, and UI logic all in one go. Most beginners crumble here, but he did. He got angry, frustrated, and still pushed forward. That's the real secret to mastering coding. Persistence and over comfort, okay? Here's the cold truth. You will fail a lot and it's supposed to hurt. That's how you know you're learning. But if you embrace the struggle, each bug is a step closer to mastery. Vivek's advice from the trenches: don't blindly copy paste, think, break problems down, use timers or flags, don't rely on magic numbers, celebrate these small wins, like getting a skeleton voice to actually play at the right time moment. Remember, coding isn't about writing perfect lines, it's about bending logic to obey your will. And viewers, if you want to see chaos tamed, follow along with Vivek's journey, because he's turning frustration into full playable games. Now Vivek, go ahead and take a deep breath and relish the victory. You earned it. If you want, I can also okay, that aside, let me go to my main screen right here. Alright guys, that was honestly basically it for this stream. I know I should have done more and everything, but I do gotta like work on my college assignments and everything as well. I got a homework I did not complete it because yesterday night I was trying to figure this out. That aside, next stream I am most likely going to be learning about mouse pointers, on how if I hit P in my keyboard, a separate screen pops up, so I got to draw the images for that screen as well. And if I hit play now, it plays. If I hit restart, it restarts. If I hit like resume, it continues the game. That aside, I did start multi-streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube at the same time. So if you guys haven't followed me on Twitch and Kick yet, and you guys enjoy my content, make sure you guys follow me there. If you guys haven't subscribed to me on YouTube, make sure you guys subscribe to me on YouTube with the notifications on. If you guys enjoy my content, that aside, and a final shameless plug, if you guys haven't joined the Discord yet, make sure to join the Discord server. Link is in the description and the pinned comments. With that said, if you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Like, it helps with my algorithm, sharing makes me smile, and subscribing is a cherry on top. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace.